sound. You hit the lights, then you were coming out. No one can save you now. Unbreakable, unbeatable, undefeatable, I'm invincible. Unbreakable, unbeatable, undefeatable, I'm invincible. I'm bulletproof, don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil and I'm letting loose. I'm an earthquake, make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king, I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with, better remember it. Look at what I can do, walking all over you. Incredible, it's criminal, I never lose, I'm bulletproof. Best in the game, we all know my name. Can't run now, it's too late. Got winning in my blood, in my DNA. It's destiny, it's fate.
another one. Oh, that darkness, it won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me back to you. Just shake the ground. Oh, this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape.
That's so overrated, yeah. If you make one, you will fall. Too much of a temptation, yeah. There's a comfort in the crawl. Now I've been on my feet too long. I know I'm strong, just looking for some solid ground. Start to run, I don't wanna be tired, moving so bad. Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down, I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Cause I got no problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it. No problems. Let you in but you out. Sing it. No problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down, I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright, it's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none, stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now, I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always thought the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my whole life ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. Had to remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb, tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I
Welcome back to the ESL Challenger League. It is 2025, new year, new me, I'd like to say, but more importantly, new year, new teams looking to make it to Pro League. I'm T-Time, joined by Michael, Yumi, Cassidy. Holidays haven't been treating us particularly well, Michael. We've both gained some pounds. I know it, you know it, so we've decided we're not going to show our faces. They don't deserve to be seen on camera.
Wait a second. No, don't do that. Because
Just me?
Yeah, that might just be you. Because I'd like to think I keep it well balanced. And I think quite a few of these teams coming into this season are also looking to balance their act as well. You know, we've seen some of them rise and fall, and I think we actually have a great game ahead of us, and a great example of teams that actually, towards the start of last year, were doing pretty well for themselves. We have Zero Tenacity, and what has become of Koi, and the new shift for the Iberian hope, or I guess team that you can maybe look to in this Iberian side. And for me, I always thought that the core was kind of overperforming. The Iberian Soul, this roster was overperforming, but they were actually able to maintain a decent level for a while, and then things start to taper off towards the latter end of the year.
Let's talk about that in a second. I want to talk about the format, the most complicated format in all of Counter-Strike esports. I won't lie to you, it's always a fun time seeing who's going to go forward. It's going to be starting off with two sets of group stages. Group stage number 1 will start with 24 teams, and then we'll be eliminating them down to 16. From group stage number 2, we're going to be having different levels of groups, either to determine whether you are going to be removed from the ECL or to find out whether you're going to playoffs. Playoffs are straightforward. Double elimination bracket, 10 participating teams, BO5 Grand Finals with a winning team going to ESL Pro League Season 22. And not just that, there's money on the line, because of course there is this Counter-Strike, and that's all we want, money in the pockets. And the prize pool coming out a grand total of 100,000 overall. You've got all the numbers up top. You can figure it out. Pull out the calculator, do the maths, because we're not going to do it for you. We're going to tell you, however, about the schedule for the day. We've got a couple of great matches. If you are here, you are on B stream, you know that already. That means there's an A stream going on as well. So you can go over towards that, check that one out. It's going to be Bait versus Spirit Academy. And let's also take a quick look at the standings and see exactly how teams have been doing so far. It's only been one day, Michael, but it was a good day.
Yeah, and there's not going to be a lot of movement within our group in particular. The only game that we've seen thus far is Rush B versus Arc Red. Of course, now we have 2 games from this group happening simultaneously. So like you said, there's an A and a B stream. You're joining us here. Yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot to comment here, but, you know, when people look at an academy team within a group stage, especially in a tournament like this, people often think, oh, great experience for the squad. No, don't get it twisted. You have an academy team in Group C, which is where we sit currently, but then in Group D as well, there's another academy team in Navi Junior, and both those teams, to be honest, are kind of some of the favorites to make it to playoffs.
They're pretty lit, but let's find out what the veto for Z10 versus Iberian Soul is going to be looking like. I'm expecting to see a train coming out, and that's exactly what it'll be. Zero Tenacity has been trying to make this a bit home ground for themselves. The fact that the Decider goes to Anubis as well, considering that is sort of one of their maps that they've become quite infamous/famous on, and Inferno to start things out for the Iberian Soul side. Always a map that Alex has liked.
Yeah, I think as much as there could have been arguments for Zero Tenacity at some point to even, I guess, float that Ancient. I think it was a map that they used to be very, very well versed in, but shifted their perma bans. It's nice to see them touching their toe in the water for a map like Train. But for me, I'm so focused on whether or not Zero Tenacity will do well, and that's why I think when we think about the Kadia player to watch for this particular matchup, I really want to put all focus on Nemanja. This was the guy that was really a highlight and a focal point from not only calling, but also some of the crazy mid-round moves that he would make independently. Sometimes rounds hinge entirely on whether or not Nemanja is having a good game.
And I think it's particularly exciting to see a player like Nemanja to see him on a new map like Train, right? Because obviously Zero Tenacity, they were grinders, they were, a team that I would be surprised if they really even had time to properly scrim, considering how many officials they used to be playing. So now that, they've had the vacations to theorycraft a little bit more, get ready for the season, come in with the new world of VRS that we are living in now, a map like Train should be right up his alley. Teams don't know the timings. I don't know the timings. I barely know anything about the new map, and I'm hoping to be educated with his moves as well. But, Michael, like you said about the Iberian Soul, it's going to be interesting to see them on the server over here as well, because for me, this match is very much a summary of what ESL Challenger has always been, right? It's seeing two teams at very different stages of their careers coming down and meeting in the middle. It's Iberian Soul, who are very much on the come down, right? Unfortunately, losing their organization for this core. Alex and coming out of NIP into this team as well, hoping that he can be one of the players about whom you can say, oh, your time in NIP doesn't matter, but really it might. Zero Tenacity on the other side, though, come up very much just trying to make sure that the grind is on. They're winning everything. They're playing every single tournament. They're very opposite teams in that regard.
Yeah, and for me, I always wanted to see more out of Zero Tenacity. You know, there's a lot of conversation about the team and, you know, the style of Counter-Strike they play, how well they'd be able to transfer that into a LAN environment, for example. But despite all their successes, they actually never made it to any of those international LANs. The only LAN they played last year was the Adria League, which is, you know, that's more of a domestic tournament, really. So
yeah, it's a regional LAN.
Yeah, and for me, I wanted to see them take that step out into bigger waters, but we're gonna have to see how well they perform against an Iberian Soul, like you said, that are, I guess, in its formative days. I was gonna say years, but I don't imagine a roster like this will survive for as long as that. See how Zero Tenacity do against a squad that'll be gonna be a little harder to, I guess, prepare for.
Historically, Iberian teams do tend to last for a very long time as far as the core is concerned. Kyofo, however, wants to make sure that they don't last too long in the pistol round. Soso opens up nicely. Follow-up onto Nemanja will be there, but it's a trade frag. It's all he could get. Advantage for the Iberian side has been found and maintained. Brute Monster, the only one who can maybe try and turn things around. Remember, the bomb's still far away. There is potentially a move to be made.
Oh, well, now Brute's a bit in trouble. Didn't want to get run over, and his teammates are flanking in through mid, so he does have some extra information to play with, but he tried to rotate the site and suddenly was getting gunned down from both sides of pit, so losing out on that tab of information does cost him. Simka at least getting a kill back, so it's into a 3-on-2 where Z10 are really trying to put pedal to the metal for this retake.
Simka's going to be leading the charge. That smoke's not going to be doing too much other than maybe blocking off David Shi. That's exactly what he looked to do. First duel against Sododo might not even be found as a player at the back. It's a mini pit that he has to be worried about. Alex shuts him down. Trade frag short, but that's all they needed. Time's going to be of the essence, and, well, they don't have time or life on the Zero Tenacity side. Nice whistle round to start things off.
I think at the start of the broadcast, you know, we had to, I guess, angle for who we were going to have as our player to watch, and I think you floated the name Alex, and I was like, no, come on, man. Nemanja has his number, but I mean, if we could have had the head-to-head, that probably would have been it. You know, in-game leaders, fraggers on both sides of the server that are going to be key, and Alex coming in with a very important pistol round. Some nice, clean kills and security in the post-plant as well.
Alex has also always been one of those IGLs who, you know, can pop off, and very often back in the old school, like, Movistar days when it was still him and Mopos, both of them ended up being the veterans who would very much step up, akin to, you know, the equivalent would maybe be someone like a Muteris, someone like a Roman, having these pop-off matches, but Alex perhaps with more consistency than the others. It will be interesting to see how he sort of rebounds in his post-Ninja days. Now, the Iberian Soul walking into what could be a death to 5-7s. Instead, it's a headshot from Stododo. Very nicely done.
Yeah, that's why this team is still the Iberian Soul. Is that Stododo is our one non-Spaniard on the squad. And that's maybe what you reference when you're talking about, you know, Iberian cores sticking together for so long. Stododo was with Soul for, God, for so much of his career. And for him to have made the transition was a little bit of a strange one, but he's had his ups as many as sometimes the downs with this roster.
Mopos still ends up going down despite those tricky moves. Nemanja turns around right in time, but that still leaves a vacant A site. There is a gun to be recovered that he did drop over. I do believe that's a MAC-10, so AVN won't be too happy about it, but that's all you can really take forward. Anyway, maybe come back and fight another day. The grenade damage is nice. Maybe he can get the assist in getting the kill on Davig if he's not prudent about running away from the bomb.
Yeah, so just a minor misdirection there from Iberian Soul, you saw Z10 had already kind of gambled towards that B-bomb site, so just that little bit of interference thrown by Mopos. He didn't even actually really see anybody, but they caught a whiff of him, and that was enough for Z10 to be convinced. But nice kills from Sidodo, Soul just clearing the path. Real ones in the Iberian community will remember deaths. Wonder what that guy's up to.
Oh, yeah. Dude, honestly, what I just remember, and this is sort of these Mopos moves, I mean, we saw some of that right now over here as well. Mopos was famous for just finding these crazy angles where he's just sort of inching forward, moves through smoke, will find a great timing, anything like it, and then you'll just get a magic round off the back of that. And, you know, between him and Alex having the sort of that fragging potential, you look back to that old Movistar lineup that these two players in a lot of ways headlined, it did feel like, you know, they were the key to getting the team up to like that, you know, top 20, top 25 markish. And then Saint-Pius comes around. Saint-Pius is that breakthrough. They get that run at Cologne. And then what could have been ends up not being. Ever since then, these players have been maybe a little bit forgotten in the wider community.
Yeah, at one point or another, Mopos was a good nominee for one of the most explosive players we had in the sort of emerging circuit. But I think struggled to find consistency across maps. You know, I'll always remember the way he entries on Vertigo, because he did just blow open the B-bomb site a lot.
Yeah. Ancient was another good one.
Yeah, the guy had his specialties.
Zero Tenacity, however, hoping that those specialties don't come to bite them over here. Now, 4-man stack on this A-bomb side could give them a lot to work with.
Yeah, calling the right stack is their specialty.
That's true. Simka. Player spotted out, information given up, and now suddenly it gets scary. It's also taken down. Great push from Kyofo's 5-7. Will do just that with the rotation called over from Nemanja. IBS is starting to worry. They're going to be pushed in from short. Mopos deals with one. It's almost Debbie G to fall, and he does recover with Nemanja's death. Kyofo still has an AK-47. They know it as well, but as he moves back, he'll be exposing himself perhaps to apartments. No, Alex doesn't have the angle. Instead, it's going to be David G to be covering off arches.
That's almost a bit of a shame, given the way that things were lining up there for Z10, but they also knew that they had to continuously check and press that information, because if they just sat in the bomb site, it's a very high possibility that Iberian Soul just re-divert with that bomb, and Zero Tenacity had already vacated the B-bomb site all the same, just to reinforce that A defense. So we're a little bit pressed on time, even though they have the clock to their advantage. They were trying to read ahead, and Iberian Soul just pumped the brakes. They weren't panicked at all, which is a good quality to have in some of those moments.
Oh dear. And that was a slightly faster T-side. Simka would have been caught with a knife out instead. He is fortunate to avoid that fate. Sosol, in the meanwhile, takes full advantage of Kyofo's smoke. Moves past, clears out all of apartments. Now they've got control. Now they've got a lot they can do. If they want to move back and recover Banana, make sure there's rotations coming in. That's certainly an option. AVN already thinking about it.
Once again, there's just an absence of real applied pressure over towards that B-bomb site as well. But for all they know, IBS could be slowly creeping up over towards the Banana. I imagine that would help with the IBS.
It is a very unfortunate acronym, I will say. Flashbang put away. Kyofo knows it's time for action. Not throwing assistance. Instead, it's throwing out some bullets. Brute Monster on the other side, still trying to cover up that apartment's drop, and now he's much more worried about a flank coming through from Arches. His teammate has been lost, and now caught between angles, he'll still find success. Kyofo continues to deliver, and now the scope only needs time for rotations to be guaranteed. Rotations given over, but the kill still found. Sosol, 27 seconds. It needs to be a quick duel, but now faced with too much to ask for.
Oh my goodness, Sosol got another. So it came down to the USP of Nemanja to secure that round. Even with the good efforts between that crossfire, you know, being able to hold off two different angles as the Iberian Soul try to implement the crunch from long as well as short, the apartments pressure as well. It was pretty well balanced by Zero Tenacity in the end. Still only with that one survivor, it puts their economy in a weird space where they've got 3 SMGs off of a round win. But Iberian
that's
Soul have
what's
also been
surprising.
tested in some of these rounds, so they've actually gone with a bit of a half buy.
Which is, I'm shocked to see that, to be honest. This feels like another one of those rounds where you're hoping to get maybe 3 kills in a bomb plant and you're saying, well, it's okay, we're going to be fine, but it's not like the opponent's economy gets any worse than it already is. Not to mention, good time to have taken all of this control over here. Molotov should be able to recover some of it, but Simka is going to have the option of moving into the smoke aggressively. Decides against it, but he's lost most of his life. Nonetheless, Kyofo's gone. Tech 9 right to the face. That hurts. That hurts real bad.
So Kyofo is the one in the apartments, right?
Yeah. He looked like he disconnected.
No, it's just one of those things, and it's something that, you know, usually you don't see players get caught in too much, but you know, you throw a smoke and you wait to see how the smoke does, or like when you throw a nade, you wait to see how the nade throws, or like where it went. It's not the first time I would see it, like professional players do that. You don't see it as often, obviously, in professional play because they throw, they move, they're ready to fight. But nope. Kyofo just had that zone out where he's like, did that smoke land where I thought it was going to go? And then, before he knew it, there's a Tech 9 in his face, so...
It's funny because in a lot of racket sports, because you know me, I've been feeding the racket sports over the past month or so in vacation, one of the big tips that they give you is, hey, don't hit and watch where the ball is going. You've hit it. Assume you know where the ball is going, okay? Just move after that.
Yeah, reset. You know, that's...
Yeah. Well, Zero Tenacity has been reset, Michael, so I guess he's done it in one way or the other. It's not going to be a pretty sight for their money.
It'd be like trying to be on the attack in football, and as soon as you pass it, you stop until the pass connects.
Like the worst FIFA AI ever.
Yeah.
Well, it's straight into another stack, and this time it will be the CTs not revealing too much presence. That being said, the Iberian side is still incredibly committed to the chase. Are there any flashbangs? There is one. Brute Monster is holding it out, and if he wants to use this to retake Banana, well, it's going to be a bit too late. Zero Tenacity are going to find that out the hard way.
Right, that's an interesting CT smoke that's been thrown. It's just in the pool. Simka's playing in front of it. You hear that smoke? It's right behind them for some reason. I think he was supposed to go to the entrance to B, but with that being missed, they just have to stand there menacingly. Iberian will try and puff out his chest as much as possible, but he's here alone in defense of the A-bomb site, so as soon as this MP9 falls, should it fall, this A-bomb site will also be seeded ground. It's also a nice clear, takes the dink, but AK is that much better at that type of duel. It's just like that. Iberian Soul, 5th round pretty much secured.
Saucel's been kind of crazy, actually. Not the easiest angle to clear out versus the MP9 and its fire, right? I've seen so many players just lose out one, you panic, and there's the fair schedule given over to the second, yada, yada, yada. So, Iberian Soul so far have looked very clean at dealing with some of these anti-ecos and these anti-force buys, especially given that they're going up against a team with the propensity to stack, as Zero Tenacity is known to do so. So, honestly, you just love to see it.
Yeah, it's been a while actually since I've been able to, I guess, watch Soul and kind of firsthand, you know, with the descent of Koi towards the end of last year. I won't pretend I always watched their games. I'd be clued in. I'd be keeping an eye on their results, and if there was a surprise, I'd maybe look. But I never looked at Soul in particular. But he's also another player that's kind of been through the ringer from different rosters. I remember he was playing on like a Swedish. I mean, he was playing with Emmy at one point on like a majority Swedish team in 2022. Remember he was on Mad Lions, I think with JL, if I'm not mistaken. That was around the time that Mad Lions had picked up like 5 players that
like
were
5 entries, or
they were all
IGLs?
Oppers. They were all
Oppers.
Oppers.
Yes, sorry, yes, yeah.
They were just all from different regions. It was like the weirdest international project you'd ever see.
Yeah, it was interesting times, put it that way.
Then went Movistar, then Sangal for a little bit. Copenhagen Wolves? Like, I'm gonna be honest, didn't even remember Copenhagen Wolves had a team, which is maybe more on me than it is on than anybody else.
No, I blame the Wolves.
Yeah.
Now, listen, that being said, that doesn't mean that he's been festering away doing nothing. That just means that it's been a hard road up, and maybe this is where he chooses to walk it.
Yeah, you gotta take many different paths in your career to find the right one.
Of course, that's not to say that this is certifying the right one. As Zero Tenacity wants to make him second guess himself, they have another opportunity to do so now with another gun round. 1 to 5, though, there's not that many rounds left for them to work with. Retaking Banana is a great call coming out from the Iberian side, considering that there is only one player here. Sauceful has been relegated once again to Apartment's duty, a duty he has been fulfilling incredibly effectively so far.
This map just doesn't feel so great with these stacking calls here from Z10. They do seem to have an inkling. I mean, with the lack of brackets re-aggression just as the B smoke goes down, they're starting to read ahead of the play here for IBS, and as smokes go over to this B bomb site, they're gonna have full confirmation that they've made the correct call. Flash is primed here for Nemanja to go through the smoke, but it's 1 kill, and that's all he'll get. Simka has to hold his ground. A player inside the smoke, but caught in flashes. AVN, again, 1-for-1s, will not cut it. Iberian Soul break into this B bomb site, and Zero Tenacity, they should have the fast flank over on bottom Banana, but unless someone shows, this is likely to be a save here for the Serbians.
The kits are... I think there's a kit on the sign itself, but even so, you're not moving past Dodo's op in this position. I'm surprised that they're even thinking about going for it. Kyofo's just hovering around, seeing if he can find anyone at all, and when he doesn't, there you go. Get out of there. Iberian Soul have crazy good trading, Michael. Just look at how effectively they're making sure that even if they're flashed off on, that banana pressure, even at 35 seconds left, there's never more than one player actually getting flashed. There's always someone playing anti-flash, swinging out to trade. It's really effective.
I think it's a good understanding as well of how Z10 like to play. They're not often playing double inside of the site, for example. Especially on B, there's usually someone floating in spawn. So when they throw the exec, they don't actually rush to run into the bomb site. They're kind of hesitant, anticipating the sort of flash play from Zero Tenacity. That's why there's still so much distance. It also makes it harder for AVN, Nemanja to get more than just the one frag. So
yeah,
it's not only just the trading, it's also the pacing they decide to approach that bomb site with. Also, I did that classic thing of thinking, oh, well, I know Nemanja's Serbian. I'll just say the Serbians.
Yeah,
it's the majority of the squad is not Serbian. But
I was not going to call you out for that one.
No, I caught myself in it, and I was just like, why did I say that?
The Balkan squad.
Yeah, well, Kyofo from Montenegro, and Bruin Simka.
Isn't Montenegro
from
also Balkan?
I'm not going to pretend like I'm a geographic person.
Well, Mopos right now doesn't know where he is either, but he might be right in the arms of Nemanja. Nemanja caught off guard, a rare thing. But all he saw is one player, and realistically speaking, Mopos has been making a lot of solo plays himself out towards Banana as well, so you can't really make a call off just this information. Simka moves back. This time, there won't be that fast rotation at all. It's all about these two players. They do have the incendiaries. Simka's dodging flames, but how far will you go? Now come the flashes, but Mopos taken down. Nemanja still trying to cover off Simka. They're dancing between the fountain and Secret, and Nemanja is looking like his tango's fantastic. Flash dodge, but Alex taken down nonetheless. Sosol, a saving grace, but a grace not saved away from the Brute Monster. Forces them off, and with 15 seconds, there's no chance for Stododo to do anything but move back and save. A very good defense coming up from that two-man show on the B side.
What was I just saying? If Iberian Soul were going to play slow-paced enough that they were sort of conscious of these rotations, what was the thing that I was saying that Zero Tenacity didn't do? Play double inside of the site, and that's part of what catches them out here. is they're maybe not expecting to have to clear and Molotov every single position inside of the site. Sure, you did have Simka taking a lot of damage to a new box molly, but once they kind of funneled him out of position, it was really just on Nirmana kind of capitalizing on, I guess, attentions being drawn elsewhere. And Simka, because he had taken damage to the Molotov, actually just kind of covered Nirmana's reload, so...
Oh, that night's going to be chunky as well. Ooh, look at that. Suddenly this banana offense looking a little bit like it doesn't have legs. Nemanja takes off heads and, well, traded out nonetheless. That's not great for the CTs. Could be a fast push coming out from IBS, and as they do start to move forward, the flash is not there, not needed either. Davy, what a frag.
Yeah, that's just a smooth move into an instant headshot. I did not think that would be one to connect. It's the type of duel that you would expect, actually, he'd lose out on just because he's airborne for just that fraction of a second. But double entries, that's just what Davy do.
That's the thing, Mike. You can't be afraid of being airborne if you want to fly high in Counter-Strike. And other bullshit quotes you can put on a poster.
Yeah. Something Cold Zero would say now in hindsight. Or simple.
There you go. 7 rounds on the board. Fantastic half already from the Iberian side, and it doesn't look like they have any intentions of slowing down, whether it be Apartments, where they have continually maintained control, or Banana, where they've never been effectively challenged. It doesn't feel like Zero Tenacity can actually stop them from getting the initial foundations of whatever the round that the Spanish side, well, the Iberian side again, want to assemble. I've done what you did. Great.
As soon as I see 2 of the same flag, I'm like, yeah, that's the whole team. Which,
to be fair, was how Valve made their policy for regional distribution.
So if you got 2-2-1 from different regions, you just pick one, you know? Like,
yo, have at it, buddy. You're not going to abuse this, are you?
Pick one of the 40%.
New year, new Valve. There you go. Could be one of the last chances for Zero Tenacity to bring things together, though. This has been a diabolical first half from them. They have not managed to get really any sort of early map control. Their aggression hasn't paid off. They've taken control of Banana once. It might be time to do it again.
Yeah, overall, I mean, Z10, I think one of the big strengths that they have, and it's maybe why Inferno was picked by Iberian Soul, is also, you know, not a very conducive map to this type of playstyle, but they love to be aggressive in the mid-rounds. They like finding a gap in the default. Inferno is I guess, a little tough to find those timings because teams are so reserved and I guess, like, tricky about which angles they're going to play. So,
are we having a reset?
It does seem like a reset has been called.
Okay.
But I didn't think everybody was on the same page for a moment, so...
Yeah. Because I was like, either this is going to be a really delayed setup from the Iberian side, or this is a reset. And I had the chat text going on. Well, you know, it was very strange. While I was on holiday, you know, about a month or so, I was away from home.
Right.
I did not play a single computer game in a month. I felt really weird.
I don't know whether to take that as signs of a problem or not, you know?
I don't know either.
It's like all those years of just gaming, you suddenly just go cold turkey for a month and life feels strange.
Yeah. I was like, wow, wait, so I can watch Counter-Strike, do podcasts about Counter-Strike, do everything, but not play it? Holy shit, am I an adult now?
Yeah, that's harrowing. Back to playing video games.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
See, I had a similar problem where I was just really bad at all my video games when I came back after a month, and that made me feel terrible. So,
well, I was just bad at video games to start with, so beat you to it. Can't have that problem.
Yeah, well, some of us try.
Well, Zero Tenacity been trying a little bit here and there. Gotta say though, it's gonna be an interesting time, right? The new year ESL Challenger League, it feels like every single one of these matches matters so much more because of the VRS rankings as well. You can't treat any of these group stage matches like, well, whatever, I'm just trying to make top 2. It's okay, we can experiment. There's so much to lose in terms of VRS points.
I mean, it's not just the VRS points, the fact that it also transitions into ESL Pro League. It does have to do with VRS, but, you know, if you're thinking the success that you could have, and then what sort of transitions into another tournament qualification, it all serves to benefit you to do well.
For sure. Just sometimes felt like, hey, we're already in, like, first or second place guaranteed. We can try some stuff out in one of the round-robin matches. Not the case anymore. Brute Monster. Flash won't matter. Mopos walks right into his scope and is taken down quickly. But look at this. A re-navigation back out to Arches. And remember, he was blind, so he doesn't know how many players are here. The only call is that Mopos is normally the B-side player. But right now, it doesn't look like Zero Tenacity have any idea of what's going on or what parts of the map had been breached.
Iberian Soul are a little confused themselves. I mean, they heard the rotate from a Moto player round into the bomb site, so they know that there should be extra reinforcements here. They shouldn't want to take these fights if they can avoid it. Yeah, they'll want that quick trade into the arches, but nice flicks from Brute. I mean, he's caught glimpses of players for just a fraction of a second. That's been enough, but it may not be enough to win the round. Right now, Simka completely isolated on B, and he's going to have to worry about the encroaching T's from CT Spawn, and Daffy G hits the instant headshot. That's exactly what they need to break through, but Stadodo's hanging around with the bomb. He has to get a move on. It's double mollies down the bottom side. They realized just how vulnerable this round was here for Iberian Soul.
Oh. Thank God it wasn't Stadodo. For a second, I thought Stadodo died mid-air with the bomb. That would have been a bit unfortunate still. Kyofo has the HP advantage. He's got a smoke, he's got a kit, and a couple of flashbangs. If there's ever a 1v2 you're going to make work on the B side, it is this one. Still slow progression forward. There's no reason to peek. The bomb planted right out in the open. Smoke deployed, flashbangs used, and now Kyofo's left with a utility belt emptier than Batman after finding the Joker. And right as he turns the corner, will be taken immediately down. So, 8th round on the board, chaos ensues. Brute Monster, great shots, but they don't matter.
In the grand scheme of things, yeah. I mean, already 8 rounds here on this T side. Iberian Soul are going to be very satisfied. That was a very weird game state to be in. You know, 3 basically looking to re-aggress into short, re-clear the brackets on Zero Tenacity. Well, Iberian Soul had just taken over the arches, and Z10 actually should have been, I guess, thoughtful of that possibility by the time the Iberian Soul just kind of sat there for about 25 seconds. But even then, they still find what they were looking for. And Z10 just cannot pick up the pieces. Good damage. Not even getting visibility on Nirmanha. Down to 36 HP. He's that sole B defender, so the weaker he is, the quicker this can fold. Good nade to exchange some damage back, though.
It becomes a little bit scary deploying all of this utility around from Nemanja as well when he's got such little HP. It feels like a spam through the smoke is just going to take you down immediately.
Or, you know, smoke down at the mouth of Banana. T's given time to set up. It's not like we don't see teams sometimes go for double nades to, you know, the plant pop boost or CT or, you know, the coffins.
Yeah. Re-smoke out from Nemanja. Gets a quick sightline there as well. Simka re-navigating back inside the bomb site. And you've got Kyofo with a flashbang and an incendiary. This is a good setup for the CT side, but can they make it work? So far, Iberian Soul have been fantastic on their entries. There's that spam you were worried about, but not really connecting. In goes Mopos. Not had the best of games, but that won't stop him. Great entry, but Nemanja taken down after finding 2. Unfortunately, his teammate Kyofo running through that smoke found absolutely zilch.
That's full trust in the util there from Mopos. I mean, Molotovs are down. You see him just beelining, staring towards the back of the bomb site. That's where he anticipates the fight to be. It's where he finds his first fight, and it just creates so much room so quickly. Z10 are hoping that they can buy some extra seconds for the extra cheated rotate through spawn, but Mopos is in their face before they knew it.
And a credit to Nemanja. He gets 2 kills despite being 36 HP. That's great stuff. But doesn't matter if Kyofo can't do anything. Doesn't matter if his other 2 players aren't able to provide that. That's the issue with some of what we've had from Z10. They've had some decent stopping power.
But I mean, the thing is, Kyofo was never supposed to be the first contact. In theory, what Nemanja was trying to do there, I think, was actually be the guy cheating around the smoke, caught where Kyofo had a far better position to hold and buy time from. But because Mopos was just so quick, Kyofo's getting shot in the side before he's even ready to fight.
Sorry. Kyofo's the one pushing through the smoke on CT. It was Simke on the back of the side.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay.
All good. There was a lot of confusion on that B side.
The relationship is the same there.
Yes,
I think Nemanja is trying to be the first point of contact on this low health.
Simke needed to do more over there for sure. Sosol continues to be a menace, but this time the aggression into the second mid area actually pays off. Last round of the half, Zero Tenacity are hoping to end it on a high note, even if the rest of it has been a little bit low.
One of the first times we've seen them go for a very aggressive move like that, and it bears fruit. And sometimes I think, why don't you do that earlier? But given the way that Iberians all have been playing on this T side, I actually don't really blame Z10 for playing a more conservative game. They've just been getting out-read in some of these late rounds and getting
outshot over here, though, Michael. Molotov back towards Kyofo. He trades it with an incendiary of his own. That's damage that Iberian Soul are happy to dish out. And all in the meanwhile, look at Mopos. That's exactly what they're doing. They're looking at him. Avian creeps past, no util needed, just gets a quick sideline over, takes him down. Now in the 2 versus 4, things get a bit more rough. Stododo finds one for free. Now 1 versus 2 on the side. Kyofo has been able to find one, and that's really all he needed. Smoke only buys time for him to stand inside of it, and with this, the round is basically over. No way to spam inside this unless Stododo gets a miraculous kill, picks up a rifle, plants a bomb, and gets 2 more. There's no way to win. Time ticking down, does get the first, bombs being dialed in, but waits, takes his time, gets a better plant position as well. Will have a 1v1 and maybe 2 of them. No, Nemanja comes in from behind. Zero Tenacity will find the 3rd round. Is that enough? We're going to have to find out after a break.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact, she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night, my old life, ain't staying.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door, I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home, a couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb, tied to the life I chose. stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced, 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Signs of hope, signs of life for Zero Tenacity, but maybe just a sign on a highway to death. Iberian Soul up 9-3. I'm T-Tom. He's Michael, Yumi, Cassidy, and we are about to find out whether Inferno is going to be a quick one.
Yeah, can Z10 actually offer us up anything to really hold some high hopes of in this second half? This T-side will have to be quite significant. Some great efforts rather, being made by Sol, Alex, Davy on some of these entries, and just the multi-kills they're able to get, breaching bomb sites. Z10 need to be able to channel that themselves. But it's a slow start to the T-side pistol. A little 3-2 split, more apps favored here for Z10, but more to mitigate either the apartment's pressure or a mid-push.
They've got a double nade. I'm very curious to see where they want to deploy that. If that is going to be a stack at all, maybe a double nade out towards pit. That would be very effective with where Sosol is playing in from. So he has to be careful.
Still unlikely to be a guaranteed kill is the problem.
Yeah. Especially with his positioning now coming forward. Still, they're going to be lining it up. He sees the nades coming over, moves aside, looking for kills mid-air, but nothing found but death and despair for the Iberian side. Your Tenacity, great entries, great chaos, and that should be a great pistol.
Yeah, the nades actually don't do enough to kill Sol inside of the pit, but it does displace him, and you can see how quickly the rest of the team kind of fall alongside him. They really wanted Sol to serve as a distraction, especially because they had two players rather sitting inside of the site proper, and if he's distracting those players coming up short, then the site players have a much easier time shooting Z10 in the side of the head. But he gets distracted. He has to kind of run away from those nades and focus on the apartments, and how quickly the IBS side kind of falls as a result of that. So it's well-placed utility. And like you said, some nice clean shooting all the same. Couple of kills for Mopose, so an extra $600 in his pocket. Keeps his hands on those dualies. And Alex liked what he saw so much. You know, he's just gonna be able to retain those dualies himself. Oh, never mind, dude. Actually, screw those dualies. Stododo can take them.
Unwieldy weapons. I'll take the farmers instead.
Yeah, is that a better choice?
Well, I'm sure we'll find out. It is perhaps the most important step in the road to a comeback taken by Zero Tenacity. In the meanwhile, Iberian Soul have taken that first rule out with Mopos pushing forward. It's a SMG on SMG action. Nemanja winning that one out. And now pushing forward even more. Not worried about the thoughts of a stack at all. He wants to suss it out. Giving his life up over here would be troublesome, though. Alex has already revealed position. Davy G waiting for the crossover will still lose his IGL. Can't actually prevent that quick swipe out Mach 10 kill that Nemanja is able to find.
I don't think that's quite how they had that bait and switch setup lined up. I think they would have wanted to retain Alex as an extra player. They do need some production out of Sol, and they don't clear his angle, so he gets a lot of damage done. A kill, and Davy G coming in on support on the second, but finally flushed out by the spam, caught on the edge of the box. Down to low HP are the remaining Iberian Soul members, but while Z10 plant, this is a rife opportunity to find an isolated duel. Simka too quick on the trigger, and so Sonoda will save that FAMAS that was held by his in-game leader, now in his possession.
That was an interesting round of Counter-Strike. I mean, I can't believe that Daviji doesn't get the kill, but that's fine, right? That's whatever. It's okay. Then Soso goes completely neglected, is able to get a kill and do enough damage to the second for it just to be another single bullet. And then despite all of that, Zero Tenacity are able to bring it back courtesy of Simka and some nice headshots. So
it's one of the problems with not having a Moto Smoke, is that if your opening entry is going to be focused on sort of clearing Cold Zero box and clearing the back of the bomb site, it's actually not in your typical sort of crosshair placement to then look to the right-hand side as you're entering the site. And so it's often the player that's sort of wrapping the double boxes that will clear that out for you with the coverage of a smoke. But because there was no smoke, it means that they're taking this long-range duel to library, and so, yeah, Soul's position was actually kind of perfect for that.
perfect position or not, Zero Tenacity still take the round away. They will have to deal with some sort of threat still available in the form of upgraded pistols, and that FAMAS saved over, but largely speaking, you are almost back in the good graces of the Counter-Strike gods. 96, a very doable scoreline from that point onwards. And where one of the things that I did commend the Iberian Soul side for was the effectiveness at which they cleared out a lot of these anti-force spikes, a lot of these anti-ecos. Zero Tenacity are hoping to mimic some of that success.
We just saw some nice executes, and a variety of different styles of executes from Iberian Soul, so hoping for that same variety from Z10 at the moment. They're doing a solid job of sort of picking apart one, resetting, and then reasserting their efforts. Right now looking like they could be poised with a bit of patience to take the right side. Stack being implemented here by Iberian Soul towards the A side, and Z10 have just held their ground over at Banana. Avian might be suspicious about calling them back because it's been deathly quiet on both sides of the map, so that's why he's probing the A-bomb site, and he's now sussed out that there's at least some extra presence, so this B-bomb site will be the end objective. Opos will maybe try and deny the bomb plans just to be a bit disruptive, but Simka is too privy to that idea. Simka was kind of struggling in that first half, but
yeah, Mopos did feel like he had impact just in terms of the control he was able to establish, but not the kills.
But maybe this is the half that Simka bounces back. That's I guess my hope. I don't like to see players lagging behind too hard, especially when, you know, as much as there'll be a minor gloating. Yeah, we picked Nimanha as our player to watch. You do want the rest of the team contributing. I think it's what makes Z10 such a fearsome force. So I think Nimanha is maybe the most sort of unhinged player at times, where he's just thinking, nothing's happening by about the minute mark. Just gonna push something by myself, and he gets away with bloody murder so many times. But that has not been the case this game. He's just been really solid at getting double kills from off angles or repositioning or playing off his teammates taking a bit of contact. The reason this team can be a force is that everyone pulls their weight.
Hard not to be forced in sort of that Tier 2, Tier 3 European Counter-Strike if you don't have everyone coming off with some pop-off moments.
Mm-hmm. I mean, two of the, I guess, more successful teams in the Tier 2 at the end of last year were teams that had, you know, kind of AWPers that weren't very good. You know, I'm talking about Sangal, Namiga. Those teams were, I guess, struggling to get star numbers, but who needs to pick up stars when you've got Nimanha? I mean, just a straight kill through smoke. It's a spam on the corner, and it will hit right on the money. Alex is now left to his own devices on B.
And Imani has been a menace when it comes to pushing past into the pool area as well. Consistently has been checking for stacks, and I thought maybe it would stop once the gun rounds start, but no. timings on timings, and he is up to 19 kills right now. It does feel like so much of these 7 rounds that they have now found come down to what he's been able to accomplish.
It's just a really solid read. I mean, first off, he gets a fortunate kill through the smoke. You know, he's spamming the corner, just cursory, trying to do damage perhaps, maybe not expecting to get a kill so quick. And because he's not expecting it, he also knows that Iberian Soul are not going to be in a great position to run any sort of counter protocol. They haven't set themselves up properly. They're not... The plays aren't designed to get kind of broken through smokes like that. Not even like an HE that gives you a little bit of forewarning, you can position yourself a little bit better. So as soon as that smoke came out to the entrance to B, Nevada just kept pressing the issue. And if he died, he had players right behind him that could have also picked up the slack. So just solid recognition of the circumstance. And full exploitation.
Unfortunately, a player we haven't actually seen activated at all, and not always to his own fault, is Tedodo. And that is a bit concerning. I was watching a match from another tournament that Iberian Soul was playing earlier today versus 9 as well, and it did feel a little bit of the same over there. It doesn't feel that Tedodo's been able to put himself in position to success, and given the state of MR12 that has been talked about to death, you really will only get 2 or 3 rounds to have big impact as an opera on a map like Inferno CT side.
Well, it's because every time he tries to get into one of these great attacking positions, they always hit him with the English or Spanish, and so he just has to freeze. And he responds with Portuguese, and they just say no.
Such a turn. Why am I laughing at this? Has it really been so long? Well, nades out, hoping to find Nemanja. They do a grand total of 5 damage, but Davy is the one who's really looking to deal damage. Head taken right off, and now that the Danger Man has been dealt with, Davy might be taking damage, but he's fine with that. Keeps his life, re-smoke out in front of him, gets to back off. Tedodo, in the meanwhile, eliminates another.
Well, wanting some impact out of him, and he's able to make this a really well-stretched advantage. Another one found, and Soulsoul picked off underneath him. Tedodo will take that opportunity to reposition, but it does land on his head. Simka, wow, some great shooting. Immediately dispatching of Alex, and they are very conscious of Tedodo's likely fallback path. Mopo's also picked out, and David G just getting thrown into a blender. They know about Tedodo, and so they'll do what they can to bypass him. It's a plant on B, while Tedodo is fighting flames. I said I hope this would be Simka's half. And by God, is he only pulling it off.
T-side monster, that's what he is. That's all I can say at this point. Iberian Soul put themselves in such good winning positions. A 5 versus 3 that is completely turned around on its head, and that is the man to sort of credit that all to. And that could also be genuinely the losing round of the entire game for IBS over here, because this is where their money's going to be knocked down a fair bit as well. Maybe they can rebuy, but it's going to be an awkward one with, you know, some pharmacies and everything. That's where you equalize things out. This was your chance to make sure that Zero Tenacity don't get close to your scoreline at the end.
Yeah, you have that moment for just a flash where you think, wow, we've done enough here. And then Simka comes and hits you in the face, and life is not looking so hot anymore. I do agree, that could be a bit of a punch in the gut here for Iberian Soul. This irritable bomb site syndrome could be what ultimately knocks them out.
Can you not call Simka the irritable bomb site syndrome? Well,
it's just an ongoing condition.
It's true. It's hard to deal with, can be chronic sometimes. But as the Iberian side are going to find out, you just have to push right through. Do they have it in them? Mopos flash in his face from his own teammate is hardly ideal, but no harm, no foul. He's also been one of the players having a rougher game, but unlike Simka, has not been able to recover a lot of utility used early on onto Banana. Almost all of it, really. And with the bomb where it is, there is really no commitment to either side at all from Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, with the score sitting 9-8, Zero Tenacity just need that one more round to tie things up, and you would start to see Iberian Soul start to sweat. Came to this half with a 9-3 advantage, and right now Z10 are trying to breach it into 6 rounds straight. They don't have the bomb while they're probing into this B bomb site, and with 35 seconds left, even if they find these kills, it will still be a massive clamoring. Nemanha, how does he just keep getting away with this? It's Trigger Discipline out for Mopos, but it's Nemanha that goes in for a triple. This round is through and through a Nemanha round.
I can't believe that Alex has utility out in his hand over there like that. Alex or David G, whichever one was who died first, you've got a beeline together. You know Nemanha is now in 3 different rounds pushed past into the site to just get information, and you're approaching with util in your hand while you're fully lined up. Now, that death from Kyofo could come back to bite them. They don't have kits on the IBS side, but they do have the time to try and make a run of it. And with Brute Monster actually taking a peek, if you can win the duel out, maybe there's a world where things work out for you. 5-11, Avian is not a man who has made waves with his name, but now he still needs to save this round and potentially game for Z10. Coming in from the back, has repositioned perfectly. Rifle barrel spotted inside the smoke. The defuse coming at Shadodo, having recovered the singular kit that they had, will still get the round. Equalization has been stayed away.
That is actually outrageous. And yeah, I mean, there's a couple of pushes there from Zero Tenacity that they do get punished for. What you can hardly blame them for. You know, Nemanha getting his 3 kills. He's trying to run containment as I guess, a beacon, an early warning sign. Yeah, it's that kill into Kyofo that really does come back to bite them, losing that man advantage. Some nice kills, but also good presence of mind for them to have recovered that kit, all in transit to the site. Iberian Soul decide that there is no way Zero Tenacity wins 6 rounds in a row.
That was the plan all along.
Build him up to break him down again.
Oh dear. Mopos has fully revealed his position, and Simka Danger Man out in the open will be taken down by the flying Mopos 9. That is insane.
You gotta jump high and fly high to achieve your goals.
In Counter-Strike. Avian has been crawling, but perhaps this snail can win the race regardless. The Molotov after the back of bid into the side he goes. Davi G has somehow got 2. Soso's done the same.
Yeah, he has. He put Davi G out of his misery. 35, and Nemanha will run past that Molotov. He wanted to keep pressing the issue, but there is everyone available here for Iberian Soul. There was light at the end of the tunnel here for Zero Tenacity, but now with them losing these back-to-back rounds, losing an advantage in the round prior to the one we just witnessed, and now as well the, fortune favoring the bold of Iberian Soul, with them sitting at an 11-8 scoreline and money not in a great place for Zero Tenacity. They could find themselves within walking distance of that finish line. It's a Hero AK investment from Nemanha.
God, that's kind of desperate. It's understandable, right? You press tab, you look down. It's a long way down to look. Kyofo is the next best at 10 kills compared to Nemanha's 23. Mouse, I heard you need an IGL. Maybe come knocking on this man's door.
It's actually hilarious. You think about the teams that will do hero AKs. We would always criticize an in-game leader for doing it, but Nemanha, Big Uzera, Blitz, they get a pass when you see the type of frags that they can put together.
Listen, we're not in the era of Zeus playing with Simple anymore.
That's true.
Mopos finds a man blind. That's the easiest kill of his life. That is also the hero.
I'd actually love to see the detail of Mopo's, yep, doing exactly that. Just filtering the weapon further and further out of possession for Z10. No chance to recover it, even if they seed Banana. But Avian, a nice kill, but Saucel's there to sweep the pieces under the rug. That is a great triple. Some nice sharp shooting. And just like that, Iberian Soul at 12.
I don't know you could turn aimbots on.
That looked like he was playing like a retake sim.
Yeah. Well, 12-8. Last chance over here for Zero Tenacity. I will be slightly disappointed if Nemanja stays on the back 10. He doesn't have the spawn for a fast play or anything like it, and he has been the best player regardless of whatever happened in the previous round. But it is what it is. Maybe there's someone else who can step up to the plate. He is, however, leading the charge, so maybe I'm wrong about that one. In he goes. Mopus has found him again. He's made it too somehow. Conjures up that double kill out of thin air.
It's still far from comfortable here for Iberian Soul. Smokes are down. And even with the one at the entrance, Simca, it's all on timing, and he just looked at that smoke and turned away as daviG permeated through it. Evian's trying to chase down this player inside of spawn, but daviG is so conscious of that reload. He understood that there was a chance someone could be chasing him, and he's round the money. It's just Brute that stands in their way of a 13th round, and it's looking like Iberian Soul... I mean, through and through, this was their pick in the series, but there was moments of doubt going into the second half. After 5 rounds straight from Z10, Iberian Soul will lock in and just close out this map with 4 straight of their own. First map going to the Iberian Soul.
It was a commendable game coming out from Nemanja in particular, but a couple of those rounds where you just saw it really was all just him being able to push out towards that B-bomb site, make it look possible, but that first half from Iberian Soul a bit too strong. The equalization never coming through, and you know what? Saucel, hats off to him. Looking over towards this lineup, I thought of a couple of players I would be highlighting. Never in my mind did the name Saucel come up.
Yeah, he's not a player that always just takes the limelight, but yeah, I mean, back in the days, he used to be one of those players that could be someone to pop off, but it's been a while since I've seen that kind of capability out of him, just hitting some solid multi-kills, I mean, rapid ones as well, really making it difficult for Zero Tenacity to really get their foot through the door, aside from players like Nemanja. I mean, we had Simco with a nice triple in a round, but it's hard to think back on many of these sort of high-impact moments for Zero Tenacity across the field, whereas... You know, you could put down, you know, Saucel, daviG, hell, even Alex for some of these rounds, and you just think the impact is that much greater, and it's, you know, it makes a difference having the whole squad turn up for the first map in the series.
Absolutely, and I mean, looking over towards it, a couple of the rounds where, for example, even daviG comes up, it's rounds where he's left with barely any HP. He's got, what, 12 HP left, and he picks up another kill. It's rounds where it's a combination of him showing individual prowess under pressure, which obviously from a team of veterans like Iberian Soul really is what you would expect. But it's also a combination of Zero Tenacity showing that they didn't really have much to offer in terms of firepower outside of Nemanja. Even when you look over towards the kills Nemanja is getting, a lot of them are these sort of, hey, I'm getting a crazy entry, and then I'm following up with my own play. It's not something that's being heavily set up for him either. Even if he's doing damage, if the finisher isn't there, then unfortunately, you know, Iberian Soul are given all of these opportunities to multi-frag, and them being the players who they are, that will happen. And now that we look over towards Train, Michael, it's not going to be getting too much easier over there, even if that is Zero Tenacity's map pick.
Yeah, it's one of those maps that, I mean, it's because it's in such the early days. I mean, we're seeing some util be sort of normalized as time goes on, but it's hard to say whether teams are going to wrangle with it and actually be good at the map that they decide to pick. So, hard to know how Train will go when it's so early in its life cycle.
Absolutely. And listen, this is where we're going to be throwing out to a break so we can find out by just putting our eyes on the server. We're going to be back with Train very soon. Can Zero Tenacity come back, or will Iberian Soul be closing out in 2? Stay tuned. We'll be back after a bit.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector. You can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FACEIT points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, cause I got no problems. Yes, every day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. And then I need to worry about, cause my vibe, 'cause I got no problems, problems. 'Cause I got no problems, problems. 'Cause I got no problems, problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it, no problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it, no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Have none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems, problems.
Welcome back to the ESL Challenger League Season 49. The European edition continues. Zero Tenacity down a map versus Iberian Soul, who have taken their own map pick of Inferno. Now we move into treacherous waters. Why do I call them treacherous? Because I'm probably going to say some callouts wrong. It's Train, Michael, and it's my first time casting it.
Hey, at the very least, there are less trains to remember. Because if you remember the old train callouts, people used to say like back 6, back 4. Some of them didn't even have those numbers on them anymore. It was back from like early 1.6 or source days. They made those callouts, and then it was like blue train, green train, yellow train. If you're colorblind, you're thinking, well, they all look the same. So I think the fact that they've simplified the map has definitely colored people certain directions. You know, this is a map that wasn't exactly favored the last time it was in the competitive rotation. It wasn't really favored that much in, you know, general matchmaking, or I guess in the more casual space. But by simplifying, I think they've made it a little bit more appealing. But they have also... This is the thing. With the way that they've redesigned the map, and I have a lot of thoughts about this because I love map theory and redesigns. By simplifying outside, they made it also too easy in the early days to take the A-bomb site. Like, you could throw smokes from spawn instantly, and CTs actually couldn't get there in time to throw counter util or even peek into main before you were out to red train. Now they've moved those spawns back a bit in T-spawn, like I thought they should have on release, and it's become a map that's still a little bit difficult to breach that A-bomb site. Now the spawn timings are actually thrown a little bit off kilter. So I don't really know where they want train to be in that, you know, CT to T ratio.
I know where I want it to be. I want this to be a 9-3 map, because for me, Michael, my favorite Counter-Strike is when a team has to be particularly smart, have some particularly insane plays on the T side to be able to fight for rounds. I think that's where you see some of the best Counter-Strike. And look, there's a happy middle, and I think maps like Mirage do trade it very nicely. But, I do miss my days of old Train and old Nuke and all of that good stuff. That being said, though, that's not to say that this map couldn't have some of that coming out. Zero Tenacity is actually one of the early adopters of Train. They've found a fair bit of success on it as well. And when I say a fair bit of success on it, I mean they've picked it twice. They've won it twice, which is about as successful as it gets, really.
Yeah, and Iberian Soul have played it twice and lost it twice. So we're leading into strengths and weaknesses. It's still so early. You don't know how teams are going to react, whether they're getting quality practices on the map as well, when everybody's sort of theory crafting and coming up with new and interesting ideas. You're getting a lot of exposure to weird and wacky things, but you kind of want a baseline that you can serve as like a reference point, and then find the weird and wacky things after the fact. I think that's what makes the transition always so interesting, because there are some teams that had Vertigo in their permabans, and for them it'll just be, well, now we're just gonna make Train the permaban. But for others, they want to make this their home map to get a leg up or find an advantage over teams that on some of the more figured out maps in the pool they would struggle against.
I think that's also one of the things about being like sort of a lower end team, is that I actually think you might benefit on the practice side, because Zero Tenacity, I mean, if they're trying to make Train their map pick, then with all of the top teams being maybe a little bit more shy to go into it, the 2 or 3 teams that are going to want to try and make this one work, you think about the archetypical teams would be something like a big clan, or maybe like a wild card, or maybe a Navi or something on those lines.
Yeah,
I'm sure you can get some pretty good scrims out from top teams where maybe that wouldn't be an option every single time. There's always that side to think about. Up against Iberian Soul, though, it will be interesting to see, because I think Stododo and Root Monster will be called to order a lot. I'd love to get your thoughts about that when we see the AWPing matchup, about how important you think AWP still are to Train. Like I said, I haven't been able to really get my hands dirty with this one.
I've been playing a lot of Train, so I will talk about that when we see AWPs out. But fast main rush here from Z10, and a quick icon and connector smoke. Z covered, Zamanha just covering the gap, and with that added barrel elevation, Stodo's able to get one, but they lose out in the actual site players. So Z10 after plants with a man advantage, and Pop Dog just completely covered. Kyofo's on it, and that's a solid after plant to hold for the actual bomb.
Brute's got information, Brute's got the kill. There you go, Stodo left alone, all alone. 2 kills for him were nice and all, but that's going to be just money in the bag. As your Tenacity take away that first one very convincingly. The quick A-side hit, paying dividend.
So in the early days of Train, it was basically this every single round. If you wanted to play Train right at the time, it was icon, maybe a sandwich smoke, and a Z smoke. And that was basically all you needed, and just throw flashes over main, and Bob's your uncle, you've broken the A-bomb site. Now with the way that they've changed the spawns, it does seem like teams have come up with good protocols on that CT side. I think some of the early, from the Blast Bounty, we would have seen some of the higher level teams try out the map, and we saw some good nade stacks out from CTs. There's some cool dynamics still yet to be figured out and implemented across the board. It's a nice kill for the Iberian squad to have gotten their hands on. It's one of the few AKs that was brought into the round, and it's been acquired.
I wonder if it'll be permitted to be kept, though. That's the thing. You do see Simka going out and hunting out for it. Of course, hard to get 3, but a little bit easier when you consider all of them do not have any armor. He's turned around, gone back to Brown Holes, completely missed out where these CTs could be. So suddenly feels a much more likely circumstance to have that AK saved.
I would say he should turn around, but I think they're going to clear Pop Dog together. So yeah, it's looking like that AK should be saved. Oh, they're starting to think about it. Even then, Stododo is still so far back. Yeah, they're good.
Expensive round, though, coming out. Stododo being given that AK at a point like this. Maybe if you want to give it over towards Mopaz, you want to give it over towards Alex, players who have been known to make a move, known to try and get something done, that could be dangerous.
Okay, so Mopaz is on an MP9. Well, he's going to try and play close pop, E-box probably. Let's see if the double HEs are thrown or anything like it. Oh, they do triple HEs on Iberian Soul. They really don't want to get main rushed.
Ooh.
It's actually Mopos that serves as the anchor on that B-bomb site and taken down to 60 HP. Davy G as well, getting chunked as he makes his transition to Pop Dog. You see these interference smokes thrown by Z10 with there's not going to be follow-ups to it. You know, they're expending quite a few resources just showing that presence. They've even thrown one in deep inside the brown holes. So now just operating on one smoke here on this T side, and, you know, Train has so many of these long-range angles. You actually do want to segment the sights as much as you can.
Does feel like this is the kind of map where you'd expect Nemanja to be doing some crazy things, and right now he is setting up for what could be a very, very late round Ivy pop through grenade. Well thought off, but not well timed. It will be missing the mark, and as Simka rushes onto the bomb side, he's got two players to worry about. Davy G from up top finding the one, and Mopo should have the easy advantage with the MP9 down below. 5 versus 3, but it's not like we haven't seen Iberian Soul lose these before. Stadodo will make sure stability is found. Piofo low, Nemanja far, and that should be it.
It has just occurred to me, we are still... The minimap is Old Train. It's literally just occurred to me. And Nemanja doing an Old Train classic, lurk Ivy, get kills, but no teammates, no bomb plant, really hard to make this one work. Yeah, this is Old Train. Dang. We were not prepared.
Do you want to walk everyone through how the minimap should be different?
So, you see that, like, dash, underline, dash face on the map? You see those three trains? That first one is now angled. The second one no longer exists.
That is true.
And the old Hell one does still exist, but it's now flush to the Ivy wall, so there's kind of, you can't jump on top of it from Ivy anymore, which actually a good change. I think actually a very, very valuable change. Also the bomb site is not slanted anymore. There's no there's no deep CT old bomb train anymore.
Well, things have changed, but AVN right now going for a fast pop dog play. Might be without a ladder, but it's still with the same result as you very often would have seen. CT side takes it away. AVN, it's a deck.
It's kind of fun having the old minimap. It's like being a cartographer that's rediscovering a land that hasn't been traveled to in like 25 years and realizing that some of the things written on the map are wrong.
Watch out for Kyofo. Moving in. Easy backstab. 2 could be lined up, but it's not the weapon to make it work. Davy G now off to the wins. Nemanja will be off to the graves. Davy G to put him there 4 versus 2 as Iberian Soul look to break that loss streak that they've got going on. Not the longest one, but how much has anyone really even played Train? That might be the longest loss streak currently on the map in all of Counter-Strike.
What, 3 in a row?
2 in a row, yeah.
Oh, that was definitely a cute boost to try and clear Icon as well as anybody clearing, I guess, close to the bomb site. But yeah, Z10 know this round is done. That really is a shame. You know, Kyofo, like you said, got into a very advantageous position and then just didn't have the right weapon to make it work.
Still going to be an attempted play out towards the B bomb side. Bopos is sitting in defense over here. Good eye line, a headshot angle, but the bomb will be planted. There's nothing he can do to stop this one. Money guaranteed, but the round very much lost. Zero tenacity at this point. All they can ask for Brute is to get maybe another 2 kills or so, and given that is really asking for a lot.
Yeah, they got more out of that than I expected, really, but that B-bomb site is hard to hold on to and prevent a plant entirely unless you have util. And, well, it's similarly hard to hold once you get that bomb down if you don't have util. But like you said, the money is nice. There were some chances there to do some extra damage to the Iberian Soul economy.
And said they've been left with 3 AKs, yes.
I will say,
unlikely to change.
CT AWPing, now that the spawns have been changed, does feel much better than it did in the initial release of Train. Before, Tees could actually get to Icon, or get to the fight into Icon faster than CTs could, so Tees would always have the starting line, effectively. But now CTs actually can get to that fight, I think, on time, if not slightly faster. But also, it's very difficult because there are now major choke points.
Mopos is going to be able to find that bomb over there. Really nicely done, especially with this 4-man stack on the A bomb site, putting so much pressure onto that singular B anchor. Again, very reminiscent of what we used to see once upon a time, but Mopos has been delivering an absolute masterclass out towards his site.
Yeah, I kind of wasn't expecting much out of this round, given it was Glocks, P250s, that kind of arsenal here for Z10. Even with Mopos relinquishing his weapon, Kyofo needed a little bit more time with his teammates to make this round feasible.
Just feels a little bit risky to sort of go for a play like that when you're used to maybe a bit more traditional maps. So they great damage from Kyofo. Yeah. Oh, there is a world where Shidodo messes this one up. I don't know what that incendiary is all about. Sosol is going to be the one to take point. Hoping to maybe establish a crossfire. Shidodo moving back and decides to have none of it. Sosol is the only player who can actually stop this bomb from being planted, and even he might want to allow that to happen, but Kyofo, time is not on his side. 20 seconds, Sosol's position now revealed. Now he can just go for the bomb plant over here and feel very comfortable doing so. A defense even possible over here. Flashbang overhead. Stododo spots him out. Will be dodging the flash as well. Looking for a space for Sosol to creep up, and creep up he does again. A bomb plant given over as well as a few deaths.
Yeah, I mean, it's still nice to see good temperament there from Iberian Soul. They realize that they've kind of missed their window, or they've made the mistake to let him back into the round, and they don't give him really good fighting opportunities after the fact. Just still constantly jiggling, keeping tabs on him, and the longer Kyofo waits and isn't able to get a kill, the worse his chances are, so... They play percentages towards the end, and sure, it allows more money. Hell, it even allowed Brute to get his hands on that AWP, but there was already an accruing loss bonus, as well as saved cash from the lack of investment in that prior round. So there's always going to be a buy here for Zero Tenacity, just maybe missing a couple of bits of util, and maybe not that AWP. This is one of the byproducts as well of the T spawns being moved back, is that the initial timings on B towards the brown holes were very good for the Ts at the start. Now, because the spawns have been drawn back, it's favoring CT, so they have to expend a Molotov and a smoke very frequently on a default.
I mean, smoke out to try and force a lurk, but look at where David G and Sosol are playing. They both know that this is simply not possible. They might even go into A main off the back of it. They've certainly looked to throw flushing utility there. Avi's been smoked off in the meanwhile by Alex, and it really comes down to AVN being the only player who can even think about making a move, but he's covered off by an AWP. Re-smoke at 50 seconds, that's going to be there till 30, so the A site just seems completely vacant, and Stododo finding AVN means that, you know what, maybe even a world where you rotate back to B.
Does seem to be the decision here from Kyofo. Make his entrance to those white holes. Nimanha is still sitting inside of Team A. Steps being made over towards those brown holes, and so Sosol can begin his retreat, but they have still kept Davi G nearby, waiting for that T-con lurk. Mopo's moving through the smoke, and he'll cancel the plant, even finds the defender of such. And just like that, Brute with his AWP, sure, you got to pick with it. He has to now try and save. It's a great flash.
Dude, it's... AVN of 0 and 5. Simca is 0 and 5. Nemanja, you know, he's on 3 kills, but one of those was a little bit of empty calories towards the very end as well. This is just looking like, after the pistol round, it's been Iberian Soul all the way, no questions asked.
Yeah, because the map was changed so close to it being kind of introduced into proper tier 1, I think it's been a bit of a struggle to find the right way to approach on T side. I think, you know, they have tried to simplify the map. They have tried to reduce the amount of angles you have on that A bomb site, but you still have very long sight lines to combat. And maps that have those very long sight lines are often, you know, there's 1 or 2 angles you have to fight. On Train, just based on the way that it's designed, you often have to fight like 3 or 4 at any given point. So I think the T side, you know, like you were kind of talking about balance, you know, 9-3 half on CT, it's not unusual at the start.
Interesting to see IBS just start off 5 players in the anti-eco, this time over towards the A side, because of course they're worried about that A-pop that you mentioned was so prevalent early on. But now leaving only 1 in B, again, Morpos was given this position before. He was playing a bit more aggressively. Now he'll have to deal with what looks like basically a full execute coming his way. Good Molotov, but Daviji's given up his position for free. Mopos given up his life. That makes it a little bit worse. Incendiary now at the feet of Davi, but Alex has now come forward to give him a bit more support. That support doesn't stop him from being dinked up, though, and the CTs are locked out of this B-bomb site.
That's a good trade. He's making sure that AKs were giving it to healthy players because they know these pistols are going to play up close and personal. That's a great double kill from ABN, and it's 1 bullet each for either player. They sit on a knife's edge, but Brute can play time. He has the advantage in that bomb is planted for him, and he'll catch the Dodo looking the wrong direction. It is off of the pistols that Z10 break through.
That's just the risk of trying to run 5 players out towards the A side. It's not even that Mopos isn't able to rotate back. It's that he doesn't have that forward-facing angle. He doesn't have as many places where he can go to. He doesn't feel as comfortable. And by the time the rest of the rotations start to come through, the util is already down. Unless Mopos finds a kill or 2, moving back into the B-bomb site is not easy.
Yeah, it really felt like they needed more disruptive utility, but that's also part of what CTs have to give up to stop these faster plays. You know, the nade stacks they throw into T main kind of lose quite a bit of that offensive utility. Mopo's caught with a smoke drawn, and Simka will make great use of that. He'll take the space with it.
Well, that's bomb site completely given up. There's no way for the Iberian side to really come back into this one. They should be looking back to move and save this. And this was sort of one of the things that, and again, apologize to the viewers who maybe are familiar with the old Train, but there's a lot of people who've come in since then. One of the things that characterized old Train was incredibly strong B-side players, very cerebral. Very rarely would you see a rookie, but also very rarely would you see someone who can't get a pop-off frag. I mean, even some players, like I think Robs used to play there back in Mouse Sports as well once upon a time. Mm-hmm. You had some really cerebral, high-fragging players put on the B-bomb side in a position which you wouldn't expect if you're comparing it to maps like Mirage, if you're comparing to maps like Dust 2 and the like, because there's just so many small things where if it goes wrong, you just lose the round.
Yeah, it was kind of about picking the right off angle to play, or the right angle to defend that bomb site. It was often, you know, a 1-on-2 based on the way that T's would default, and you'd have to try and read ahead as to what their next move was going to be and pick the right awkward fight to get your one, and then also just because there was so much cover, you could stay alive a lot longer. But that's one of the ways that the B bomb side has changed. When you're coming out from ramp on T side, the number of angles feels very similar, but if you're coming out from heaven, there's actually less you have to clear. They've added a big old control booth on heaven, so you actually don't have to fight that line anymore. So there are some things that work to the T-side advantage. ESL Magus have a pretty good performance on that B-side anchor not too long ago.
Seems like the kind of player who would.
Yeah, he's just good at doing those types of roles, isn't he? So
yeah. Change up this time. It is going to be a double push from the CT side. They'll be smoking up the Molotov. Mopos accelerates. Quick kill found, and suddenly the T's are caught in chaos. They don't have anyone to push through A main either. They prioritized Ivy, and as a result of that, they can't gain ground. Ooh, beautiful kill from Stadodo as well. Just moving past the smoke. Great sightline found.
Yeah, even with the lurk smoke, a little tag onto Gyofo, Stadodo should know that he is nearby. Or at least singed by those flames.
They're trying to isolate him. Perhaps, no. Saucel's still watching out towards A main. I thought they might want to try and make that a priority, but when the smoke goes down, position spotted out, they've changed their mind.
Right now, the gap appears to be Pop Dog. 3-2 split between the two bomb sites. And once again, it does seem like Z10 will give this a good old college try. Smoke down the side lane, and Avian just getting peppered. He's down to 7 HP, and he is basically called it quits for himself. Brute, you gotta lead the way with that AWP.
Alex just re-navigated away from where that Molotov was placed as well. But look at Mopos. In the meanwhile, the MP9, always expendable and always deadly, comes out, short traded away. Brute speed 250 has been deadly, but it's Gyofo who's really putting things at risk. Time running down low. They're trying to prevent the bomb from crossing, but they will not be able to do so. Suddenly, it's a 2v3.
It's this kill and pop that will swing the round entirely. Alex is so prepared for Brute's re-aggression, but it's Gyofo that once again will strike in an icon. It's a strong position to counteract that defuse attempt, but Gyofo knows he has to lock in on this fight. Davy right now just honed in, making sure that Gyofo cannot swing, and Davy will secure it. The plant was not perfect, but it was more than enough for Gyofo to hold his nerve, knowing that they could not stick it. Even then, it didn't matter. Great little clutch back there for Iberian Soul after Z10 almost fight right into the round.
I mean, that is always one of the risks of having this late Ivy player. Just the fact that you can turn any 3 versus 5 into an over-rotation, into getting a quick kill, bringing those fast rotations back. Late rounds, T-side can't have a lot of things that can get done as long as they have, one core piece of utility here or there, something to block off that connector rotation back, anything of the sort. It's great. Still, Iberian Soul, bring it together. Like you said, they will catch it out still. Faster play, perhaps, in the cards. And in the cards, well, might have been. Find 2 quick kills with the entry into the A side. Stadodo is able to respond, but you will need a second if you want to make anything happen. Alex's secondary op is trained in from hell. Will be forced away perhaps soon by utility, if not, then by manpower.
Attempting to spam there. Mopo's equalizing back to 3-on-3. Oh, at that red train, Avian has made a step, so they are aware of some presence in at E-box. Alex holding a tight line. The tag is not as significant as you would expect, but they've got 2 AWPs here. There is a good argument to try and hold on to this for the save. But they're so close to the site. They know it's into that 3-on-3, and once they deal with Brute, this round could be easier, but they don't get past him, and so now Alex will try and hold this AWP, but they'll deny it, most likely. Gyofo, good damage. And that bomb radius is actually not too bad on Train, so Alex should be okay here.
Not a single point of damage. Double up doesn't work out for them at all, even though they have it positioned at the right area. Those double entries from Zero Tenacity are what break it open. And despite what has looked like on paper, just, in terms of what you're seeing, a bit of a struggle sometimes for the T side, they have done a fantastic job of this half.
Yeah, I think Iberian Soul maybe got a bit complacent there, because, Davy tries to go fast towards Pop Dog. His teammate's been smoked off at Sandwich, so he can't actually cover the aggression in through main. It's just isolated duels that Z10 capitalize on, and they can swing with numbers where IBS can't. Some of the early teething issues that can happen on a map like this, you're not quite sure what your response should be when there are situations that arise so rapidly. Well, you'll always take that if you're a Z10. Just a clean Nemanha duel. Oh, Stadodo needed to hit that! Half of his screen was AVN and he's flicked off him.
So Dodo looks for challenge in every shot. That's the thing. Unfortunately, challenge inside this map is going to be growing faster and faster. Zero Tenacity, short of a colossal misplay, should be able to take this round away. Mopos' AWP is not going to be put to the test either. They will be moving back to the A side. Sawsol might dissuade, but no. Bomb still has the same destination. Chucks out a grenade just for good measure to see if they can force a rotation backwards. But in fact, it is the B bomb site that looks like it might be reinforced. And with 30 seconds left, Mopos' first kill might be enough to make the play of this. Suddenly, spots out the second and gets the kill. Only Nemanja left here. Rotation comes out. And somehow, again in that late round clutch, Iberian Soul have brought it together.
And they should be aware, Kyofa was spotted outside of T-Main a long time ago. They are prepared for the Z flank. Stododo's the AWPer on the team. He's not even the best AWPer on the team. That was very quick from Mopos and perfectly played as well. You know, repositioning between the shots. You can see he kind of got caught off by the new Heaven angle as T's come out, but still adjusts and just tore them to shreds. Z10 had that man advantage, but it didn't help them. And look at our humble king. Has a pop-off round and gives it right back to Stododo. As you should. That's a good teammate, but...
Yeah. I mean, Mopazos right now, it's all about that anti-weird buy, and no one wants to have an op in that anti-weird buy.
That is also true. Last round of the half, and Zero Tenacity are going for a scrambled egg.
Tasty. But hard to make right, and that's what they're going to have to try and navigate. They've been rounds where they're cooking, but now perhaps the hardest one yet. So Dodo, trained in for what could have been a faster A play, instead is going to be a more measured pace from Zero Tenacity as they try and put their eggs together. Full execute on the B-bomb side is planned. It will not be just a singular Mopaz to be met over here, though. They will be moving into more than just that. Davi G goes by undetected, so he thought. Kyofo finds him, and the headshot doesn't stop him from getting at least the one. Still, advantage to Z10. And as the bomb is being planted, the CTs look for a way back into the bomb site, but Alex completely blocked off. They'll have to make this a slow retake. But it is a 3-on-2, and they do have that advantage.
Oil Train player's in a bit of trouble. Needs to get this kill nice and quick and hope Silsol doesn't clear him. And Fortune favoring Brute, but as soon as he gets his frag, gets traded. It will be another round attained here by Iberian Soul. Z10 struggling on that T side, but a 7-5 half actually ain't too shabby. We'll see how things transpire in the second after the break.
Days gone, I won't waste another one. won't set me back again. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Take me back to you. Just shake the ground. Oh, this lightness, it will fill the air around. Oh, I'm not asleep or awake. I won't let the future escape. Back to you.
A lot of conversation about finding out what is an ideal half for Train. I can tell you this right now, 7 rounds on the CT side probably isn't it, but that's all Iberian Soul will have gotten. Zero Tenacity already taken away one pistol round. Can they do it again?
Mopo sitting in spawn with smokes primed to try and take this A-bomb site. But team are spread it out, and Nemanja with the dualies just rips apart one of the prongs of the attack. So this will be still a 3-pronged assault, but it's one player in each spot, basically.
Well, Sadoz's been spotted out around that E-box as well. Cornered in, Nemanja pushes forward continually. And as they have said many times over, his name is actually mistyped as Nemanja because he's just a man. Yeah!
I hate that, but but it is funny.
Oh. Is Mopo's going to pull together the 1v5?
Oh. Well,
No.
he did try, but Kyofa was there too damn fast. Yeah, I think Movistar are going to encounter some difficulties here on the T side, as Zero Tenacity did as well.
Their sponsors have abandoned them.
Yeah. Did I say Movistar?
Yeah.
Yeah. God, my brain went into autopilot for a second.
Completely understandable. Well, one Molotov is all it takes to stop Avian from farming too much. Even so, I mean, honestly, Nemanja is just going to come through and do it for him. There you go. If there's one thing I've learned from Inferno, you don't want Nemanja activated in the second half.
You don't want him activated at all if you can prevent it somehow, but hard man to tie down. They're just being very unrelenting already in the B holes control. And we saw what Z10 were doing on their defaults. They were always throwing smoke to the end of brown hole, Molotov to the ramp, so that there was basically never a fear of the B players pushing up without the Z10 guys being ready for a fight. And then they could just sort of fixate on the pop dog stairs. Have to see whether Iberian Soul have that same default built into their protocols or not. They are setting up for a bit of a delayed exec.
They'll have 3 flashes for that, though. Not the easiest one to pull off, and in the meanwhile, Zero Tenacity are just going to continue to get aggressive. One of those flashes does absolutely nothing. Alex will find a kill with the smoke to help him out instead. Nemanja is spotted and eliminated. David G looking to keep up some of those strangely sharp entry kills from Inferno.
Right, when T's had a man advantage on Old Train, I wouldn't say it was unlosable, but it was very hard to defend. I mean, the map is huge. CTs need to be able to keep tabs on so many different attack avenues.
Yeah, but Simca's completely cleared out A.
Yeah, they are leaning the right direction as a result of that information, but... Oh, Iberian Soul are starting to re-navigate back to that A-bomb site.
Oh my days. Simca has a chance over here to be able to get one and back off the kill, so he's going to be spreading. He's massive, but at the same time, Alex should expect this. A play into main is hardly unexpected, and there's one. There could be more damage galore, but not the kills. It has to be Kyofo to rotate over, but a Molotov stopping him from doing too much. A flashbang does the same, and another to follow up. Suddenly, this round looks a little bit unachievable.
Yeah, if Kyofo had been able to mantle on that little ledge a little sooner, there was a chance that he could have at least killed the planter, but now with AVN being found on the flank through Pop, this round is a write-off. Iberian Soul make the right call. They slow things down, they reconsider, and they hit a timing. Even with them disregarding Simca's position, a lot of bodies available to trade.
Walk down on the pistol round win. Zero Tenacity are not going to have the best money, actually, going into this one. They'll be able to buy up if they want to force into it with about 3 M4s or so, which isn't the worst in the world. Goddamn, I've got maths for days.
Quick calculations. I mean, the players probably did it as fast, if not faster, but we take our small wins.
Oh, Mania pushing forward with the dualies. Thank God he doesn't get that kill, but he does get a whole lot of damage. Brute Monster instead is the one to finish off Mopos. Still, there was only a single early aggressive player from the T side. They are happy to slow things down in the meanwhile.
They are leaning towards this B-bomb site. They've got 3 here. It is the right call. AVN can fully lock in on Heaven, but he's starting to push forward as his teammates clear out the ramp, and they line up perfectly for the MP9 of AVN. He knocks them all down. First player died instantly, but with the simultaneous aggression from ramp, the attentions were divided there by Iberian Soul.
It's good to get some catharsis, considering we've had so many rounds in this series where it feels like, oh, the Mac-10 is just there. You can't get the double man kill. Oh no, you've almost got it. And now the 3-man spray down with the MP9 in the perfect position. AVN, great timing, and the rest of his team with a great call to stack over to the B-bomb side as well.
How different, a kill makes. Had that AVN fallen immediately, the whole push could have just been dismantled, but... That is not the reality we live in.
Oh. Brute is just going to be smoking himself off and playing it safe.
Actually, I hadn't seen that they added that ledge into the Ivy lane. It's actually cute to see. Add some variety to the peak.
There was a dumpster there before, right? That you could get onto?
Oh, right. Yes, of course it would be the... Yeah.
I'm glad I remembered. I won't lie to you.
That would explain why it's still on the old minimap as well.
Yeah.
So.
Well, the flashbang outwards, and turns out there are flashes that go both ways. Kyofo's the one to take advantage of them, though, and Nemania's done it now twice over. Might be anti-ecos, but still very important rounds to clean up, and this will be Zero Tenacity finding that advantage for the first time since, what, the first pistol round?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Things start to get really uncomfortable for them in that first half. They come into this half trailing, and then, yeah, now righting the ship, but This is why Zero Tenacity are one of those teams that are actually quite interesting to watch. You know, they get into that advanced setup, they flash forward, Nemanja doesn't swing at any point. You know, Kyofo's the one that takes first contact, and it just sells the idea that there's no way Nemanja would be up close. And then he reveals and gets 2.
Brute's found Davigi as well, and in the meanwhile, as they were trying to accelerate forward, Pop Dog's been completely given up. Brute just keeps it going. 3 kills now to his name as the Iberian Soul side is just going to be taken apart by one man.
Did they not molly Ivy?
They will
I feel like
next
if
time.
they didn't, that's a bit of a minor mishap. That used to be a part of the quick A rush was Icon, Z, Smokes, flashes over the top, first player out, always mollied Ivy because you'd always beat the CTs. Harder to do now, of course, that you don't always beat the CTs, but still very essential because, yeah, if your Smoke's not there to block it off, then it will be incredibly taxing. Brute once again will find a kill. He's found 2, in fact, as they transition out from T-Con, but they have lost presence towards E-Box. Doesn't really matter if Brute just continues to hit shots, though.
He's being circled around, though, and a single miss would be the end of it. He's not going to pull a Stododo, though. 4 kills to his name, maybe an ace to top it out. He's certainly aimed the right way, and exactly that will happen. And yes, it's an anti-half-buy, but even so, important to get all of these rounds. Zero Tenacity now have set themselves a nicely paved pathway towards map number 3.
I think it's very likely if he missed 1, maybe 2 shots there, the round is actually fully in Iberian Soul's possession. You have more bodies, you can recover those weapons, you get a larger spread of post-plant positions. Could even run down Brute Monster in the absence of him hitting those shots. So yeah, I mean, it's all 5, it's great for Brute, but I don't think it's so easy to dismiss them just because they're against pistols. Things got a little hairy there for Zero Tenacity.
No doubt. Good deep nade. Stododo, however, has taken down Brute, who's been a thorn in their side for the past few rounds. 18-9 now after what was a pretty pedestrian start. These past 3 rounds have been what have completely turned around that scoreline. Soft Soul's demise, however, this pinch from Pop has been fantastic. It has been really one of the cornerstones of the CT side offense, as has Kyofo. Zero Tenacity continue to push away any advantages that the Iberian side has been able to find for themselves. Mopos still continues, however, to try and put up resistance. Look at the map control that Zero Tenacity has, though.
I think it doesn't help that there's this absence on health. It's a swapping of weaponry as a result. Oh, good awareness! Just while smokes are being lined up, could have covered Stododo's main, because that's also a vulnerability, but Mopo's just clearing that flank and finding a man advantage back here for the Iberian squad.
Shout out to Mopos, the opping goat, man.
Yeah, he's...
Oh my god, Stododo misses the timing. No, he turns around again still. Mopos has lost control of the bomb, and Nemanja knows it as well. Time's ticking down low. Nemanja is going to be playing around with his food, but he's run out of bullets, and that gives Mopos a chance. He thought he had it. Kyofo, in the meanwhile, finds the turnaround. Alex, who's now mollowed himself off. The smoke, in fact, might even buy some more space for him, but he doesn't have space to go. Moves in, picks up the bomb, hightails it back, but there's no way to plant it. Pull out that bomb. He'll be there right in the nick of time to get a backside plant. 1 versus 1, and Nemanja is wondering how the hell has he done that?
Oh, this is a very ambitious post plan here from Alex. He is hoping that the only thing that happens is that Nemanja overlooks the possibility, but a step heard, he was just within earshot, and it might not have even been him that made the call. It was a very sort of slow reaction, but it's relayed over to him to clear back to spawn, and so Nemanja doesn't get spun around the wrong direction. It's a 12th round here for Zero Tenacity. They are fighting back in a big way in their map pick.
These individual performances that they're putting up are not without, some really solid positioning as well. Again, going back to that pinch play, Nemanja just keeps pushing forward. Mopos expects the first one to have come true, but the second late flank, sure, there's a haphazard check from Stododo once or twice, but it's not like he's putting up a fight there.
And he's only doing so he's staying out of Mopos' way as well. So what are you going to do when your crosshairs, you know, got nowhere to look. May as well check the flank. And then it struck him when they least expected it.
Again, man, Simka just out and about, and Soso watches this time, gets it done. Lemania, though, flanking in will be casualty number 2. The T-side decided to double things up. They've realized what the play has been from Z10, and they have successfully countered it, but can they still find success in this round?
That's the monkey's paw of being able to aggress through Pop Dog like that. The lane is very long, so you can't exactly fall back easily after you get your pick. You will be hounded down, and you have very little places to hide. You have to keep fighting. So without Nemanja doubling up, them losing that man advantage, or even the chance to have equal numbers, will be something that they could regret.
Stack is good, though. 3 players on this A site. Exactly what you want to see, and Kyofo has followed up with a great kill. Molotov as well, but Brutes missed. 2 chances now been left over, and with Stradolo coming in from the back, Brutes been taken down. Chaos ensues. Position sussed out. Feet spotted, and Alex will shoot them toes down. AVN back on the reload. 1 versus 3 brought down to 2, and Davy G from this side will take that last life away.
Well, I wonder if that's going to dissuade Z10 from being as aggressive into those brown holes or not, because it's, what, 3 rounds in a row that we've seen this aggression through the Pop Dog stairs, as well as that simultaneous aggression from the B ramp. Iberian solo doing a better job of counteracting it. I get punished for it so many times, you will learn your lesson at some point.
Oh, beautiful kills to start things off. Look at these entries. It's perfectly received thrice over. Z10 are not out of hot water. We have to keep that in mind. If you start to second guess yourself because your aggression isn't working, because these little pocket plays that you've had planned out aren't panning out, well, could be towing a line that you don't want to be flirting with. Is everyone an opera in Spain?
Yeah, that's their secret. They all op. They treat weaponry like tapas. It's a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And you're having a good time. Well, Nemanja has been spotted. He hoped he could get away with a cheeky kill, but he is now all stuck between a rock and a rock.
Why are these rocks exploding? What kind of BS rocks are these?
It's like one from Pokemon. They've all got unique characteristics.
Geodude, explode! I don't do that.
Self-destruct.
Well, hopefully Z10 are not self-destructing right now. Tactical timeout used to try and figure out what the next round will look like. This one is likely to be a more conservative one. And for good reason.
Yeah, they'll want that AWP. And they'll also want the additional resources. You have to expend a lot on CT side and on T at the start of the rounds. It's a bit like Inferno, you know, there's a lot of sort of early exchanges just because the rush plays can be so devastating on either side of the equation. You know, B territory is a little bit more attainable by CTs. A main can still be a bit of a vulnerability. The damage from these upgraded pistols can be anything to look at.
Maybe Simka can provide some danger. David G spots out the back, and he takes out the front. Well,
That's, yeah, great awareness.
fantastic. Avian's got a, maybe reasonable position to work off of Nemanja, but no, never mind, maybe not. Listen, I'm just looking for hope.
Yeah, they're suspicious.
Avian will be found out, and Nemanja the same. Taken down to the flames, but taken out of the AWP, but because of the flames.
Yeah, we're not surprised to find Nemanja in Pop Dog when he's been pushing it with Simca in a number of rounds prior.
Well, we're going to the full 24, Michael. There will be the bells, the whistles, maybe not the kits, but enough for Zero Tenacity to not be able to blame their buy for it. Iberian are in the same ways. We'd love to see Mopos upgrade into an AK, but whatever, it's okay. Small details that might not matter. We'll have to wait to find out. Flashes popping out, late play. Tried to contest into Brute on this A-bomb site, has been a difficult time for them so far, but David G has made his way into the site all the way through, and it doesn't look like Z10 are any less aware, or rather more aware about it. Simca, life has been forfeit. Brute Monster would be ideal candidate to push through a smoke and make a play, but he's got an AWP and he doesn't want to do that. Now with two players back in Pop Dog, both being washed out for by the collective duo of Sosol and Alex, it's Nemanja instead to find and make space coming in through Connector.
There's no kits. They need to find these kills quick. They need to get a move on fast.
Speed is of the essence. Mopos watching out for the crossover as well. Incendiary out on to force Sosol back, but he's going to be able to keep himself alive. And now Mopos push through. 2 quick kills, make it 3. On the bomb they go. Sidoto the only one left, but there's no way to cross over in time. Nothing to be done here. It is 13 found by Z10 right at the end of it. We're going to Anubis.
Man, they dive in so late. Iberian Soul, all their util starts to dry up, and they just can't hold their spots. I mean, that's exactly what the doctor ordered there for Zero Tenacity. Some great patience. They seeded the site pretty much entirely. So, to be honest, the Iberian Soul call was almost, I mean, to be honest, it was perfect. They had a free bomb site, free plant, but then they also had to worry about every single angle. They never took control of an area and were able to dominate or dictate the flow of the retake from there. And Zero Tenacity, I think, had kind of good recognition of that. So, really a sort of a fighting effort from both sides. I found it difficult to call who was really in control. You know, Movistar had their moments on that CT side, but we saw a great level of assertion from Zero Tenacity on their CT effort as well that proved to be, I guess, a complication too big to overcome for the Iberian squad.
I mean, it did feel like Iberian Soul at a couple of times in the first half especially were sitting on their laurels just a little bit because, they had great control over towards the big bomb side via Mopos, and then suddenly, that 1-3 versus 5 that turns around because Kyofo's coming in with a great backstab from Ivy. Yeah. A couple of these rounds where more damage is dealt than you should be letting the other side deal. It all comes crumbling down very quickly, and Zero Tenacity's scrappy T-side control was quite different to how we saw Iberian Soul actually getting away with some of their round wins, where Iberian Soul are, maybe calling out, hey, guys, they have been doing the same thing for 2-3 rounds. Let's try and counter that. Let's try and maybe change up our A-side executes to be a bit slower. But the question is, how is this sort of tete-a-tete going to be faring out on Anubis? And we're going to have to find out after a quick break. We'll be back in just a bit.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
think that's so overrated. Yeah, if you make one, you will fall. Too much of a temptation. Yeah, there's a comfort in the crowd. Now I've been on my feet too long. I know I'm strong, just looking for some solid ground, so I can start to run. I don't wanna be tired, moving so bad, I don't wanna be tired. Feels like it's my time. I don't need your don't you waste your
You feel like something new. You feel like something. You feel like something new. You feel like something. Don't just stop it. Doing what you do. When I lay back, holding on to you. Ooh, ooh. Feel like something new. Yeah. Got my senses here on overload. All my body is for you to hold. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Feel like something new. Yeah. And I never thought that you got me wanting. Never thought that never thought that never thought that I'd be saying you feel more like a dream, yeah. You feel like something new. You feel like something. You feel like something new. You feel like something. I feel like I'm in another galaxy. Take my time in your eternity. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Feel like something new. Yeah. And I never thought that you got me wanting. Never thought that never thought that never thought that.
Welcome back to the ESL Challenger League Season 49. It's time for Anubis. Train and Inferno have been exchanged. Both teams winning out their own map picks. It's Zero Tenacity versus Iberian Soul. I'm tea time with my colleague Nikat.
Yeah, it's been quite exciting so far. A little bit of back and forth. Inferno definitely had a couple twists and turns, but it was pretty firmly the Iberian Soul that looked to be dominant. And then Train was kind of more of the same, but I think it always kind of hung on a knife's edge, even for Zero Tenacity, who I think were a little bit more inspired in places. I think they were a little bit more familiar, just ever so slightly. You saw a couple of protocols break down for Iberian Soul on that CT side. Their T side was, I think, lacking a bit of that same sort of lurking, hidden, crouching tiger element that Zero Tenacity, I guess, are so fond of. And I guess proved to be a massive merit to them as well. So now we move to an Anubis, which is more familiar ground. I think it's definitely one that, we discussed when we were looking at that video. I think you brought up the fact that, Zero Tenacity were actually pretty damn good at this map. And given the way that Naman has been playing, he is a key is a key pillar on this team. You know, so often the mid guy, but then also, you know, the supportive guy between bomb sites. He's already on a heater, so I'm kind of expecting that will continue here as well.
To be honest, I'm surprised that it actually got to Anubis. I would expect that the only reason why it gets to this point is because Iberian Soul probably has something in mind about, hey, maybe this is what we can do, etc., etc. One of the things for Zero Tenacity that really did change around their CT side was the fact that Brute Monster showed up as well. He's a player who does have his ups and downs, but his ceiling is very high. And ace in a critical anti-eco round as well that you talked about, as well as a couple of other multi-kills were what propelled him forward to, I believe, close to, if not at the top of the scoreboard at the last game. If he can have a similar performance, or even something a little bit below that, that would make things quite difficult for the Iberian Soul side to move past.
Yeah, I think that it's just been, and I've always said this, I think teams are always going to have a difficulty calling against a team like Zero Tenacity. I think, to be honest, another team that was, I think, kind of similar in the way that they kind of mid-round and maybe play a little bit unorthodox is maybe Namiga. You know, these are teams I think that can really subvert expectations at times, and I think Zero Tenacity maybe fall into a tendency more than Namiga do, but even then, you can anticipate that they're coming, but it'll be on the wrong angle, or you'll miss the timing by 1 second, and your crosshair placement's in the wrong spot. And the people that they have lurking in those positions are actually very sharp. That's what makes this team so lethal. Is that at any given point, you know, you could just have the round flipped on the head. So I think if I'm being serious about Iberian Soul and the way that they approach this Anubis, I think there's less of an excuse now, especially with Alex going in back into the Iberian scene after his stint with NIP, to engage on that macro front and have the team well drilled or well organized to go for some of these aggressive plays on CT side, to have effective connector control taken while they're on T. You know, I want to see these small details that can actually make a big difference, because I think that's what Alex really kind of rose to his acclaim with. By working with his countrymen and people within the domestic scene, and getting them to that level where everybody was on the same page, they looked like a cohesive unit. I want to see that same Alex and that same Iberian squad behind him again.
And to be honest, we have to also keep in mind one of the things that I haven't really thought about is that Iberian Soul, this core of players, could be the best team in the Iberian region after what seems like forever, with Saw having lost 2 of their big star players and everything. This ESL Challenger League will also be about cementing themselves in a position where they can compete for the best upcoming talent, right? They can compete for whatever the next organization is going to be that is interested in a Spanish-Portuguese core. They can compete for all of these things. And, right now, with Saw's vulnerability being where it is, winning matches like this one over your Zero Tenacity, it's going to be giving you a lot in the way of the VRS. I think it's going to be giving you yourself a lot to start into this group for ESL Challenger League as well going forward.
It's also very reminiscent of how, previously, before they got picked off by Movistar, there were another, I think Iberian Family, I want to say, is what the core was called.
Yes.
And then, let's see if the Soul has as much to offer.
But now, USB shots being off is enough to force Iberian Soul away. Soul will lose his brother right in front of him. Lopez having his head ripped clean off as Soul trying to climb back into the site, but all the sharpness of those entries gone until Alex and Stadodo take things into their own hands. Soul looking to defend a fake bomb plant. Here's the procedure forward from the CTs. Simka and those dangerous Glocks around the corner will not be worried. It's a dualies, in fact, not the Glocks, pardon me, that end things here now.
That's messy. That is really messy there for Iberian Soul. I mean, great job there from Zero Tenacity, punishing and trying to take advantage of the fact that, sure, they're a man down, but while the plant is happening, in theory, they have a 2-on-2. Thing is, Iberian Soul tapped that bomb, anticipating the play out from camera. They heard 2 sets of steps, and that they still get caught off guard. They still lose those fights to the dualies, which can happen, but when you're in a man advantage, when that's the play you're baiting for, you're looking for better results than that.
Yeah. Nemanja is pushed all the way past. In the meanwhile, almost catching someone out with a knife in their hands. Timings was what he was getting on Inferno again and again, but is there going to be acceleration into this site? Seems like that is going to be the game plan for now. Keofo's found himself inside a smoke. It's suicide, or maybe just... I don't actually know what it is when you kill a person from your own country, Michael. I won't lie to you. 3 versus 3, though. Tech 9's in the hands. Iberian Soul are going to be able to back off and maybe reset, get a kill in the process, and they've got full control over Canals.
I love the exit strategy. This is a great decision to make. They've been loud on at least one player, the other behind him walking his way back to the B-bomb site. So kind of seeing what can be done. They have left a player planted here on the A side, and Brute will clear things out. So forced to commit to this B side plant. They'll oblige. This is a full force here from Iberian Soul, so they're trying to get some extra mileage out of this. With Avian close, some stats being offered up. They get confirmation on both players, but they just don't have the weaponry to really fight at these mid to long range duels. It's just all about trying to play that bomb from here on out. Smoke down, and Stadoda will have to just hope the spam hits, and it's right on the money. And there's no kit available here for Brute. It would have had to been a 10-second stick, and now even if he gets this kill, the round is gone with it. Brute can do nothing. He gets 4 kills, but it's still an Iberian Soul round through and through.
4 kills from Brute, and turns out there's 4 kills from the entirety of the Iberian Soul side, and hey, they just stack up better. Troublesome, absolutely. And it's going to be even more so if this A site becomes a vulnerability that Iberian Soul are trying to test. You see them go for it in the pistol round as well, and if not for the fact that they misread their own information, probably should have taken that one over. And this is one of the things about Zero Tenacity that is kind of scary, Michael. As much as they were very, very good on Anubis in the last year, it does feel like going into the series, maybe going into the new year, we are having one player pop off and everyone else is always a late arrival, a couple of rounds into it. And it doesn't feel like you can afford to have that happen now going into map number 3.
Yeah, it's okay. Nemanja will make a recovery. Once again, this off-timing push, they were more prepared for it on Mopos. Didn't help him. 1-for-1 trade in at A, and Davi G has broken through with some lovely entries, and even the spam straight through as Nemanja tried to capitalize. It's a man advantage here for the Iberian squad.
Brute Monster's pushing through the smoke, trying to beat a timing that cannot possibly exist, and now Simka mollied off and forced back to try and fight. He's not waiting for the bomb to be planted. He takes the 2-on-1 duel, hoping for maybe just a little bit of overthinking. Maybe AVN could be coming in from behind, so the opponents are looking the other way, but now it just feels like any chance they had of bringing this together is gone. Strange sights on this A side.
Yeah, it seems to be every time we look at an A side execute, there's probably 2 more smokes than you anticipate on the actual hit. These have just been like plopping them down, and it's like 5 bits of util all ringing off at once.
If you
no one can see anything, no one can really do anything. So try to shoot through them.
Yeah, Davi G just managed to shoot people through the smoke, or jumping through the smoke, or pushing through the smoke himself. There you go. That's all you need.
Hell, even in that round where Stoda spammed one through the smoke on B, you know, the start of that A execute was kind of similar. There's just smokes everywhere. That's why they could escape.
And someone died to, you know, their teammates' Molotov.
Yeah, also that. Also, I think the word you were looking for was betrayal.
No, I actually found the word. It's fratricide.
Ah.
Yeah. Because I had patricide in my head, but that's the father. And I found out the actual technical military term is also apparently fratricide for friendly fire.
That makes sense. You know, like core fraternity or...
Like, it basically means killing a brother, yeah.
Yeah.
Sad days. There will be no pushing middle shenanigans this time over. Nemanja's not there. Although I will say, I wouldn't be surprised if he's trying to do it with the Deagle.
Very audible rotate away from connector, and so Davi G is suspicious. He will wrangle his spray for quite a lot of damage, but He took quite a lot himself, so has to now try and escape, and he will succeed. Soul's gotten a double entry on that A-bomb site all the meanwhile, so that's a perfect time for them to leave and just make use of what Soul's doing over here.
This is a great time. I'll tell you that much. Brute Monster will not be able to get his hands onto the fallen rifle. That will instead be recovered by Mobos. Use the Molotov to run away like it's a smoke. That's great. It's fun stuff.
Yeah, I can't see a damn thing. As a B-side player, not by choice, but it's happened to me before, and I just think, why can't I see anything?
Down 1-3, and I believe there might be some struggles with getting an AWP, armor, and utility together. Maybe there will have to be some sacrifices made for Brute Monster if he wants to opt into that in the next round.
Yeah, no real conscious effort to tuck this weapon out of AVN's hands. Too low on health. Worried about their own money.
He's gone naked opping. Interesting. Thing is, there's a lot of places where you will be very heavily punished on Anubis. Like this, just a quick tag. If you want to take a quick peek out towards that B-bomb site, you have a pretty high chance of being grenaded over there as well.
Hey, your best bets are con or an A main peek. Mid often gets naded as well at the start of rounds.
Yeah.
Molotov even, so...
Amen it is. And given the fact that that has been the bomb site where perhaps the most troubles taking place, that would be where you want to see the AWP come into play and stabilize things.
Yeah, ideally he gets to shoot before all the utils start sailing out, though.
I've seen enough kills through the smoke. It's okay.
Yeah,
There you go. There you go.
One more. Yeah, that's very well timed, in fact.
Just gotta believe. And right now, I believe in Brute Monster getting away from there. Davigi, in the meanwhile, has found Simka. Great kill to try and force players back out towards the B-bomb site. And it's not just the CTs that are being forced back. It's the Ts that have decided it is time to hit the letter B. Flashes overhead, and in they go to the site. Great follow-up flash over there as well. Kyopo gone, and AVN's life is not going to be extended by too much. Meanwhile, Nemanja coming in from behind. He's being washed out for, but a missed shot. Mopaz. All of that opping prowess from Train has now suddenly been lost. Brute Monster flashing Nemanja into the site, but he's not actually been able to take the steps necessary. Davigi caught between two eyes as the smoke will be finishing off. Brute Monster pushes forward, and suddenly things getting scary. Nemanja on the side, though, will be eliminated. Davigi with 4 kills as they get to 4 rounds.
Man, it just keeps on looking good, doesn't it? I mean, we're getting multi-kills out of Soul and from Davigi on either side of the map. You know, albeit Soul's was against pistols predominantly, but yeah, just explosive players that are kind of leading the charge. And you know, I guess our old characterization of Mopos as that guy is, I'm not sure if it's well attributed or misattributed. Maybe it's just something that they're adapting to, given the difficulties he's faced in the series. But yeah, so far, so good. There goes that Nemanja man again.
He's such a nuisance, man.
He really is.
Oh,
he ducked through the smoke.
God. He's still been spotted out. Okay. Okay. We're fine.
I was gonna say, if that man gets away with more cheese, I'm gonna have to look for pest control. Well, this is looking like another triple kill here for Soul against the pistols, but given the complications that IBS have had into this round, they're more than happy about it.
They really need to change their acronym, man.
I don't know if they chose this one, but it's there.
As was Kyofo. Taken down 1-5. Zero Tenacity. CT side on Anubis is always slated to be the weaker territory, but not by this much. Especially not when you won the pistol round.
Oh yeah, they did, didn't they?
Mm-hmm. It's been 5 in a row for Iberian Soul.
Not so fun facts.
Oh, there goes Brute. Time to see if he can shine when Nemanja has been going pretty damn bright. You also have Avian pushing forward, and in fact, it's a suicide from Mopos. Now, technically speaking, that's a disconnection before damage. But I don't know how rules work.
Yeah, I think you have to call for it before damage is given. So this round is live.
Unlike Mopos and his internet.
Or Stododo. He actually died.
Yeah.
In this round. Yeah, that's
unfortunate.
So it is a 3-on-5. Don't let the HUD fritz you out.
Brute Monster. Oh, he's turned away. This could be a great timing. No, Sosol can't get the instant shot, and neither can Davy G. With that one man against the world, Alex will be waiting for death, and it will be delivered to him swiftly. Brute Monster with 4 kills to his name. The only thing he regrets is that he can't get another ace.
Not a care in the world. I want to say that, the opening line there from Brute Monster, especially with how Nemanja has been playing inside of middle, it makes it more difficult, I think, for Brute to make a play like that work. But initially smoking off the Molotov, it's already a bit of a variation that the Iberian Soul guys would have not seen before, because Nemanja is not throwing his smoke in that manner. So I think there was already additional suspicions when they didn't see a mid-smoke down, understanding that orb was a part of the play. But even with that opening line being, I guess, readable to a certain extent, Brute was still able to have a lot of impact just by good position. So he's trying to find the gap and hoping that Iberian Soul. See, I have to catch myself every time. I'm almost auto-correcting to the org they are no longer a part of. But they're trying to catch them just in a small lapse where, they see the procedure that Nemanja has been running over and over and over. And just a small little pace breaker can sometimes throw you off.
Hopefully Mopos' disconnection will not be the pace breaker for Iberian Soul. That was still a very well executed round from Brute Monster. Push forward, detected. Sosol very happy to remind everyone, guys, I can do it against guns. Trust me.
Oh, ye of little faith.
He's done it. There you go. Multi-kill secured.
I would say there could be more where that comes from, but it's also low HP. Davy G is now moving to try and be the controller. These 10 are in this awkward spot where they've lost members so quickly that they actually do want to push for information, but it's also so early in the round that, right now it feels as though Iberian Soul can just pump the brakes and hold for a push like it. So there's a good amount of containment. Kyoko has cleared out through A main, but they have lost AVN all the meanwhile, so likely to be a save call here from Z10. They lose out on too many duels too quick. That's a 6th found by the Iberian T side.
Money isn't great for them, though, so I doubt that they will be going after the hunt. But yeah, it is. When you're talking about how they would be anticipating plays from Nemanja, I'm sure there's also just this immediate understanding that Zero Tenacity, what they're doing in Train, what they like to do over here in Anubis as well, is very much around early, 15 to 25 seconds called on what can we make our first point of aggression. They're reading into it really effectively. Sosol gets that first kill, follows up by turning around, keeping Canal's control as well. Great T side so far, but from the Iberian side.
Yeah. It's also advantageous. Sosol has been that A side defaulter, but he also had I think the best spawn I think that's why he beat Brute so significantly in taking that A main peak. And he got there so fast that there was no flash or anything cursory thrown by Z10 to actually help accommodate Brute on that swing. Or if there was a flash, it just wasn't very effective.
It wasn't good enough. Unlike Sossel, who has proven to be good enough time and time again. 2-6 now, and Zero Tenacity have very few rungs on a ladder that they can use to climb back up into relevance for this match. It already seems like it could be their last breaths, but this gun round is going to be incredibly important to find out. Now, they've got money in the back pocket. It's not like they're going to be fully reset after this if they can just save 1 or 2 rounds, but giving Iberian Soul, 7 at this stage, just 9 rounds of the game, that's a tough pill to swallow. Also has that spawn again, trying to peek outwards. This time the flash much better, exactly what they needed, and Zero Tenacity will come out with an advantage that they can comfortably maintain.
Yes, comfortably maintained. They gave up A space, and they're letting Brute reacquire some territory. First kill there, Alex there for the trade, and they cheated rotates back to secure some mid control. So as they slink back in support of this A bomb site, now they have to worry about camera. There's a backstab lined up. Mopo's at least siphoning them from behind. They keep getting turned the wrong direction. It is perfectly timed from Iberian Soul. And Mopos will catch them running, clamoring through camera in a desperate attempt to reacquire the site. I thought that this round could have exploded in their face, but everywhere Z10 turned their back, IBS were right there to punish them.
Mopo's kind of crazy. They turned this 4 versus 5 situation into a complete advantage based on the information that they get that there's 3 players committed out towards that A side. Mopos beelines it down to the mid room, gets himself in great position, full faith in Alex, who, by the way, it becomes a 5v3 momentarily before Alex trades it out. The chaos that's been, thrown into the mix, Zero Tenacities aren't able to keep up, despite, again, a pretty good first kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you wanted out of your aggressive start to A main. You get your kill, you fall right back, but they open themselves up to this timing by those 2 riflers swapping with the mid player. I think Brute's the one that threw the flash, held on to middle just to keep tabs on it, and then once they got the picks, they just swapped positions, and they weren't expecting Iberian Soul to re-aggress so quickly. But by God, they did. And they made it look so good while doing it.
Looks like it might be just a full B-side hit being planned out this time over. There's no presence at all in A. Really not too much out towards B either. And AVN will not be flashed off. He's got a chance over here. Picks up 1. There's chaos in the building and he is living in it. Davy G, however, thrives. 2 kills found once again. This B-site menace that he is. Gonna smoke to quickly block off the rotation from Kyofo, who's not going to be able to add a damn thing. Still, 3-on-3 grenade is good to try and displace Davy G from this world, and Mania and company will be proceeding forward. The re-smoke out will block everyone on the T side. Remember, all they have is a grenade to open up this smoke. They don't have any flashes, they don't have any Molotovs, nothing of the sort, and they've already lost a man. Nade pops it open, bomb being defused, Blair spotted out, but the defuse has been interrupted. There will be enough time, but Nemanja has moved off of it. Alex will die for the cause, and he is happy to do so. 8 on the board for IBS.
And you call it perfectly, the fact that there's only this 1 HE, but they blow open the smoke. Stododo kills the diffuser immediately. And sure, there are trades, but there's enough presence inside of main and not enough time for Nemanja to get the kill and defuse. I don't know what you do if you're Zero Tenacity. You can start with the opening advantage, but right now they're having to face these threats on either side of the map. Mid has been the most consistent victory for them. And that's all independent work from Nemanja. They do try to mix things up, though, get aggressive in through canals, but they think better of it.
unfortunately, it does feel like some of this time they have been missing that multi-kill potential outside of Brute as well. I mean, Nemanja, he gets himself those 1 kills up mid, but quite a few times haven't always been able to convert on those either.
Yeah, he's kind of dying on his rotate, or he's getting caught looking the wrong direction. He's being shot through smokes as well.
Yeah. Again, good opening kill, but there's a trade right there. Sodoto happy to put him down. Mopov's the menace. You saw his timing coming up from mid. He might have something similar to do here in B.
The problem is always on that B lurk. If you get yourself into that corner, you have to go the long way around to drop silently and actually try and take space. So it's a little delayed.
Into the side he goes, and out of the world he will descend. 4 versus 2. Zero Tenacity have found some sort of stability, but they will still be losing out a couple of players. There's an op that can be disposed of if they would like to put it away, but no, they're still going for this. An attempt will be made on the B bomb side, a solitary defender and incendiary at the back pocket of AVN, but he doesn't really feel comfortable deploying it. Rotations come forward, and it is AVN closing things out with 3.
Yeah, it's really nicely handled. I mean, they go 1 for 1. They realize they have these 2 players on the B bomb side. There's a smoke still available in B main, so they take that opportunity to clear out the canals. They plant those players in. They even push further through those canals as well. And all the meanwhile, you know, it's just suffocating more and more of the control. And AVN keeping a good tab on that timer of a player that could be sat on the B lurk. Just a good recognition of the possibilities your opponents are likely to capitalize on. Oh, AVN's being very greedy with this smoke. He gets it out of his hands. Smoke deployed and spam attempted, but Alex and Davi G just pick apart these B-side defenders. There was presence shown. Teased through 2 smokes over that wall, and still you saw the hesitation from AVN to get the smoke out and disrupt the potential execute. He did the kills, but Brute, a desperate attempt through the smoke. It's the last round of the half, and they had to give this a good old college try, but Nemanja gets his double, but Alex did that one better. It's a 9-3 half for the Iberian Soul. Let's see if Z10 can do damage on their T side, or do they fall flat here on the decider?
diabolical situations coming out in the Zero Tenacity camp as they have been locked down to 3 rounds reminiscent of Inferno, but can they mount a comeback over here or not? It's going to be the pistol round to decide, and Amania has got intentions of desolation in mids. It is flying headshots as well. Somehow we've had one pretty much every game. You never know. He's got a flashbang now, Michael. He's got a flashbang. He could shock you all. Problem is the mining's picked up the smoke, and I think that really is what settled things. That's a lot to save. I'll give him that. A smoke, a flash, and an incendiary. And a P250. It just gets better and better. Thing is, Mopos would have just gotten the kill if he had less things to weigh him down. No, you can't. Oh my god, they're doing it. Ah, they've been baited. They've not completely forced water into it. They are still going to be going a bit more conservative and saving it for the AWP. Now, Davigi is the main person on this B bomb side. At least he was on the T side, and now the MP9 he's hoping to do some of the same. Playing that corner angle, Amania knows he's been locked in, and advantage is very much there. As Amania continues to peek forward, it's an incendiary that he is happy to move back from. Stradodo will reaggress, spot out the fact that that MAC-10 is still there, and it does still make $600 per kill, guys. I can confirm that.
Oh, my fault. I pressed the button that I shouldn't have, and the viewers couldn't hear me. I don't understand why they had a player in a one-and-done angle and didn't have anybody spotting the cross, but maybe Alex can rectify with some nice deke shots. He's got his hands on a secondary kill. He's also having the MP9. Could be one to close the gap and serve some interference, but he's done a good job covering the cross to the bomb site. It's also will run with his tail tucked between his legs on 2 HP.
Problem is, he doesn't have an incendiary and a flashbang. Otherwise, he would have had it.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that was very much fool's gold with that saved utility, unfortunately.
It's just they have 3B. They smoke off B main. They know their player is trapped or playing like a cheesy angle. Why is there no one jiggling from the site to make sure that the one and done angle knows that there's a timing that he could potentially hit? Instead he just sits there and dies. I think it's curious. I think there's safer ways to play that, but maybe just as easily it could be read. The fact that somebody's jiggling from the front side of sight. Don't want to get caught by a boost.
Is that we hope that Iberian Soul isn't falling into some of what, maybe it looked like on train. There was some complacency there. Hopefully Iberian Soul can make sure that they are still, up to par versus what is still quite a mighty opponent in Z10.
Yeah, I mean, they've done nothing but impress so far this map, so I started to thought, the criticisms rearing their head now. Hopefully it doesn't weigh them down.
Oh, that's a free first kill. Stadodo cannot recover that weapon either. We'll be fading back into a full eco, and that means Zero Tenacity should have a very comfortable time finishing off this round. Would actually be quite nice to see some, just some confidence frags coming up from Kyofo, Avian, and Simca. Simca was one of the players who, on Inferno in particular, did actually have quite a bit of a helping hand with Nemanja. It obviously didn't really show on the scoreboard every time, but there were a few rounds where you get some critical multi-kills, so any performance that would be similar is desperately needed.
Well, aggressive move to try and trade out on an extremities player. Kyofo, good awareness for one, and he will get run down by Stododo, but no attempts, or no ability to recover that weapon or threaten a save. Brute, I don't think you're going to get away with a gun here, pal.
Oh dear.
Yeah. That was a choice.
If you wanted to lose the Mac 10 anyway, it's alright. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, but did they lose a Mac 10 or a Galil? That's why he threw his AK to a player with a Galil, and then he wanted to pick up the AK that was... No, it doesn't matter. It could have implications.
It could have ramifications,
but we have to see Iberian Soul clap back now.
And they don't have a kid, so they want to get these kills. Stododo starts off nicely, but Brute has done exactly what Stododo did to him earlier on. An effective trade down the middle, and you're right back to a 4-on-4.
Davi move through those canals. There's a gap that can be exploited, especially if Kyofo's not too privy to the idea. Starts to turn his attention away from A main. Mopo's actually covering that deep angle, and Davi just spotting in from middle. Simca, a nice clear. Perfect pre-aim, straight to the head of Davi, and it's back to 3-on-3.
Alex will be called to order. He has a chance over here to just get a quick pre-aim himself. Good headshot. Avian had just put his gun away. Information gone. And remember, that's a bomb that's been spotted out as well. And as Alex is forced away by a flashbang, that's really not giving too much to Zero Tenacity. It's still Simca who has to carve a pathway into this B-bomb site. Meanwhile, the Iberian Soul side are going to be pushing forward in through the canals. There's no resistance here, but it's going to take forever.
Mopo's a dead man walking.
He might not be spotted over here. No, never mind. I'm lying to you, Michael. I wanted to have hope.
That's what will get you.
I thought maybe Simca would be wanting to watch out for rotations coming up from the back, but you know what? That's not what's necessary at all. Instead, a Molotov to interrupt Alex, and turns out bullets will do the same. 7th round for Zero Tenacity secured.
That's again going to just be very frustrating here for Iberian Soul. I mean, Zero Tenacity, some good clears. They bring it back to 3-on-3. They get dinked by Alex in from camera, but he gets caught by a flash as he's reloading the backside of camera. There's this massive gap. You know, Z10 take the risk and venture into that palace smoke, or rather into the temple connector smoke, and just flank out the B bomb site. And it's just Iberian Soul are completely, I guess, dumbfounded at the audacious play, but when you're 3-on-3 like that, you can't cover the B-bomb site, have someone watching from camera, have someone watching A main as well. There's only so many spots you can watch simultaneously, and so they find that gap and they exploit it to the maximum degree. It's in a way, you know, don't want to say it's, you know, Mopo's fault, but it should have been recognized that there was this potential vulnerability where he could be flanked because his teammates had given up all control in middle.
It's a call to think about.
Yeah. It can be damned if you do, damned if you don't in places like that.
Iberian Soul now at this point, a round where they are hoping to maybe stress out Zero Tenacity more than they should. Remember, even on Inferno, the reason why Iberian Soul was able to actually win out the round and really stop that Zero Tenacity momentum was because they just won a 2 versus 3 that they probably shouldn't have. Situations like that can prop up and change the way the wind is blowing. And winning a half by is certainly going to be one of those. Yeah, Op shot's been missed from Stododo, and that means that it's going to be an easier pathway forward. Meanwhile, the rest of his teammates have also made their way through, and Stododo has decided it is time to look to save. But is there going to be any safe territory on the map available for him?
I was curious. I think Brute was considering running the other direction, even though his teammates had taken the B bomb site. He started running into middle with the bomb. But they want to get forward advanced positions, clear a perimeter, and then hunt these weapons out. And Kyofo's the first to lead the pack. I don't think Stododo is holding on to this orb.
Can he thread the needle?
It's a good
Probably
shot,
not.
but now the ants will swarm.
Call's been made. Money is there to rebuy the next one as well. But you have to remember, it's not like losing players couldn't be of consequence, and that doesn't happen over here. But Stododo's going to have an op in the next round regardless. You take down a couple of these now, you win another round after that, and suddenly maybe your Tenacity regrets it. Instead, it's easy pickings.
Yeah, 9-3 opener here for Iberian Soul, and yeah, it's basically a mirror to what was happening on Inferno. 5 rounds straight, timeout cold, and we'll see whether Iberian Soul are able to stop them from getting a 6th round and tying things up.
I mean, that was an insane round that they won on Inferno. Kyofo on the lurk just pushes out, makes it 3 versus 2 into a 2 versus 2, and they're like, you know what, we can actually try this. Go for it.
Actually, might have been a 2 versus 4, no?
Maybe.
Imran had died past the smoke, and then Kyofo did. Yeah, I think that's right. It was a long time ago. Yeah, they won a round they definitely should not have. Let's see if that happens again. I mean, this is a full buy here from Iberian Soul. They've got 1 kit available here on Soul, full util across the board, and Stododo still has his hands on an AWP.
Early damage on the Simka is good as well. Fall-up grenade will be avoided. Stododo left with solitary A-side duties. Remember, the difficulties of holding the A-site were largely consigned to Zero Tenacity. We haven't seen really this site contested properly so far.
We haven't really seen full executes, really, from Zero Tenacity. It's just been 1-2 kills, group, lurk, quick burst out from connector. It hasn't been the same sort of pace that IBS were throwing on their T side.
Staying true to their typical style. It's going to be a difficult position for Simka to be in over here. No backup, and he's been left to try and hold on to a side that will be reinforced soon. Information on B has been given over completely. Davi G moves back to middle, but right now you still have to be careful about Nemanja, who's pushing forward in through camera. Will be missing a timing and instead is watched out for by Sosol, but Sosol taken down. Up now rings true, but the head has been exchanged. Nemanja puts down Stododo, flashes forward. Both players kept at bay. It's Davi G and Mopos who have to figure out what to do over here. Saving realistically seems to be the only option.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough call to make. You don't want to save in a situation like this, but in the same way that we had a round from Iberian Soul where Z10 were getting caught looking back and forth. I mean, this is just a complete neglect of middle, where maybe they did have some presence there, but they get segmented by utility, and then the Minehouse is just able to backstab the 2 defenders on A.
And unfortunately, Sosol just needed to win that duel. There was no other way you're going to be able to hold on to that A site unless he just takes off the head of that solitary mid lurk, which is very difficult with utility coming in, with information being given by Stododo that he sees multiple players beelining down A main as well.
Yeah. Especially if there's a possibility. Stododo has not been hitting every single shot. Had he killed the first inside of A main, he would have given them a little bit more breathing room. Maybe he could have even swapped positions with Sosol to cover camera, and then the responsibility shift. But when he missed, Sosol locks in on camera, and like you said, there's all this util, and then you just have the fact that Yamada's just good at playing those positions. Like he's He's such... I mean, we've highlighted it a couple times, but he's such a nuisance to play against because he takes odd timings, he does solitary pushes. It sometimes feels sporadic and random, and that's kind of how he likes it.
But how he really likes it is being in the lead. Desperately wants those double digits right now. And the Iberian Soul want to prevent that from happening. A slow eke forward from Alex, who is wondering whether maybe he can play Disruption. But reinforcements for this B-bomb site are going to be swift. The only question is, can the players holding the site initially actually do anything about this before their teammates come over? Again, Zero Tenacity is just finding the perfect timings to capitalize on IBS stacking into the B-bomb site for information where they've been denied most of it. This is what happened in the previous round. This is what's happening again. Mid is vacant. Why? Well, because we wanted info elsewhere. And Kyofo's the one watching out for the Canals push. He'll take down Davigi. That doesn't reveal anything at all. There's a smoke down from the T side.
Oh,
They're
my
looking
goodness.
to push through. Alex is ready on the other side, but he can't get to.
Way to subvert expectations. I thought they were going to make use of that, wrap the B-bomb site instead, but going 1 for 1 may not have been enough here for Z10. They wanted to try and capitalize on some misdirection. Brute on the lurk with the ult, though. Mopo's never expecting a backstab so rampant. And with Solsol on 22 HP, he can do nothing but concede. It is Z10 breaking into double digits first after trailing 3-9 at the start of this half. They have been on a streak since they've been on the attack.
I don't understand how Brute manages to double hoodwink them in middle, where they've already had multiple players going through. Brute stays back and then catches more on the rotate. That is just the way Zero Tenacity on this T side, the way Nemanja is calling, has been manipulating mid is picture perfect.
It's also just nameplates are important, right? If Nemanja doesn't die, then Mopo's is probably pretty clued in to the potential timing like that.
Yeah. I mean, even Kyofo getting that kill out towards Canals is important because that doesn't really show you anything.
Yeah.
Kyofo's been lurking since Drain.
That can be so important to have multiple players that are comfortable playing lurking roles.
Gosh, Iberian Soul are going to be able to pick up these weapons repeatedly, which are almost convincing buys. And they're good enough to take a win away, but it always feels like you're missing just a little bit of something extra. And you need now someone to step up, someone to show up with a double kill and keep themselves alive. And so far, there hasn't been a hero. With that elbow spotted, there won't be one. Even a grenade to follow up. They've realized there should be a player around the corner. Alex has been spotted out. Good damage dealt. And his fade away is, at the very least, guaranteed unless he chooses to regress. But that also means A main has been breached.
Solsol's angle is very annoying. It's all on timing, and he finds the perfect time to strike. Didn't catch eyes on Kyofo, but will be suspicious that it's a possibility. Especially as he slinks back and takes cover. Just, he knows he's relinquished a lot of control on this bomb site. He's fighting phantoms, but now he's finally got his hands on a Ghostbuster. A secondary frag, but they found a way out. Not committing towards that A play, even though they throw you till that direction. It's Mopos with an XM that looks to stop them. And with 20 seconds left, they could completely neglect the possibility of this. Up close and personal. It's decent damage to AVM, but he doubles up. It's Ripper headshots. And it has to be Solsol to find a triple himself, finishing off the job that Mopos started. IBS, this Iberian Soul, still in it to win it, and tying things back up at 10.
I'll take the triple kill from Solsol, and it's still a 1 versus 1. I mean,
It ain't pretty.
it really isn't. And the problem is that the money won't be either. Zero Tenacity are going to continually find Iberian Soul in this position where they're sacrificing on a couple of things. There won't be much, but it's just a few things, and that's always a bit more stress on the CT side. Mopos is right back to that XM 1014. In fact, maybe it's not quite as sacrificial as I thought it would be. They're double AWPing. Utility will be drier, but there's more plays to be made at least.
Double AWPing with an XM in play as well, so...
It's about as matchmaking as it gets, but Nemanja right now is all the way straight down middle. Lots of information given over. The flashbang is good, and he finishes off Alex. With this, CTs are forced to recongregate. Sododo taken down in the midst of the chaos. Sosol is suddenly feeling incredibly lonely, but that's where he does his best work. Recedes back over to heaven, gets that crack angle peek out again. Kyopo's playing patience, but he doesn't spot out Sosol. It's his teammate to do so. Instead, Simka almost losing life, but almost not quite enough.
And it's just perfectly orchestrated. You see how quickly they manipulate that fight so that Nemanja has just this massive advantage from the Molotov at the doors that spreads to Alex, to the flash that follows just as he gets to the mid house. I mean, Alex never stood a chance. He had to run back from the Molotov. The only place he can really look is at that house, unless he's running backwards. Like, his teammate can't really cover him properly from the Nico box. It's just perfectly done. You know, they just change the pace and how quickly they attack the mid portion of the map. This team is just so... see, I find Zero Tenacity so interesting to watch, because I think they have a lot of these small niche decisions that they make that weirdly is kind of cold around their in-game leader, but he delivers, so I can't really knock it.
This team looks like a nightmare to play against. That's all I know.
Yes, yeah, almost certainly. They don't play the same way. Hell, I don't think ever, actually. I think that it's just all based on vibes.
And the vibe check right now is looking pretty good. Maybe less so on the CT side, where the XMs and their reign continues. And when I say reign, I do not mean R-E-I-G-N. I do very much mean just, rain from the clouds. Mopos has had a harder time of things, 9-14, and not really putting himself in the best of positions with this weapon either to change that. Sosol or Alex, buy a kit right now, goddammit. Thank you.
Yeah, well, there you go. Once again, only one kit. Sosol has been the most financially reliable, but that's because he's also getting the most kills, so...
It'll help.
Goodness.
Brute's gone in. Brute's gone in. It's the Dodo. Again, just not able to provide the stopping power necessary from an AWP given control over a main. And all in the meanwhile, Nemanja knows he's just waiting for his time. The clock is ticking down, and Alex knows it's his sand in the hourglass that is coming to the ground.
These are just not fair fights. I mean, they look fair, but
Oh my god.
right now it's seeming like Iberian Soul are being abused.
Is there a flashbang? Is there anything? Davichi's just pushing forward. He's going to be taken down. And all in the meanwhile, Sosol, who was brought down low, has to try and figure it all out. And he'll start off with a bang. Shot to the head of Brute Monster. They want to take the fight before Avian closes it. This is Mopo's long range with the XM. Switches back out the weapons, but he doesn't need it. Sosol all in the meanwhile. Collects number 3, and somehow we're back to 11 aside.
It's been a challenging half. I mean, it's been a challenging series, really, for Mopos, but getting those 2 kills with the XM makes it all worth it. It does feel that way at times. I mean, he bought that weapon and found limited success in some of these prior rounds, but he not only makes his money back, but also is able to win the round back for his squad. But once again, it's Soul that's been this lightning rod for success for Iberian Soul, especially on the CT side. Another moment where he comes in with a multi. I think it's another triple kill that's led to a round win. Davi may be feeling a little too inspired.
Inspired or desperate, I don't know which one of the two I would pick, but either way.
It just wasn't facilitated. You know, when we see B main aggression like that, typically it's, you know, 2 flashes, smoke deep, you know, limit one of the angles so that it makes your aggressor's job a little easier. And maybe they just wanted to slide out and hope that Z10 didn't have someone there on the default, but they get punished for that mistake immediately.
Punishment has been a dish served again and again by this T side. And right now they're hoping to do just that. Timopos. Incendiaries traded. Repeat considered and decided against. There are 3 players here on the B-bomb side, so despite the numbers disadvantage, you'd really hope they can put up a show. Unfortunately, the show might be coming to a close. Tadodo and Sosol will extend it. The encore is here, and Simka is the victim of it. Alex and Tadodo inside the site, around the smokes, with the M4 hitting the deck. It has to be the off-close range. Gets the far shot instead, but it's Brute to shut him down with the tech.
I mean, they got Soul in the right spot. Typically that A-side defender, but he was there in defensive B. And where he's been such a pillar for consistency and getting multi-kills, now it's just the one, and they needed more, unfortunately. Like that, you shouldn't have to bear that responsibility, Soul, but it's what this team needs right now. There have been struggles for the rest of the team to be as involved, as impactful. Z10 now moving to a winning position for this series. To close out here and now against a poor buy from the Iberian Soul.
The worst we've seen from them on the CT side.
Yeah, with all these bungled buys. This is the bungliest.
Their priority is to try and bridge a gap that has been exploited again and again, but in the meanwhile, Nemanja has changed victims. Soso hits the deck. Alex trades only to be having his own dog tags buried alongside him as well. Davi G keeps it even, 3 versus 3, but guns can't be recovered. He feels uncomfortable foraying forward. But maybe there's discomfort in Zero Tenacity over here as well.
Yeah, Bomb was still dropped outside of those T stairs, so they couldn't continue with their A-side assault. They couldn't redivert through those canals in the way that they wanted to, so middle is going to be the likely avenue.
They've sent out utility towards the B-bomb site in what seems like an obvious fake. It's also Brute Monster with the AWP. The scope will have certainly been heard. It won't matter. What a shot! Beautiful stuff. And Brute Monster now, as he starts to peek forward, Davi G on the other side is going to have his teammate to be relying upon. 5 seconds. Bomb can't be planted. In the middle of it all, the knife is out. Tadodo knows the round is won, and overtime is somehow found.
I can't believe it. They took so long. They took so long. And I guess overtime calls. This series cannot be concluded in 24. That's absurd. 10 seconds is when they finally get out from camera and try to plant that bomb, and Tadodo gets the 1 kill he needed to.
And look, this is the thing. This is how they lost that previous round as well, which is a little bit too far in the middle of things. And you know what, guys? We're going to give you the cinematic experience. We're at 4 seconds.
It's a thought that counts.
Yeah. Just reminding you that this true too is a cinema. Opoz's AWP, however, is a tragedy. right now, unfortunately. He's been put onto secondary weapons repeatedly. This is definitely the most expensive of the bunch.
Well, the bomb is down on the site, and no one's moving to planet. Kyofa finally realizing, guys, we need to do this before the smokes fade.
Well, that might be a little bit too late. Alex and Fanimania, they're pushing forward. The flashes galore, re-executing onto the site. This looks like the best Iberian soul we've ever seen.
I don't think Z-Time were talking. Once they breached the bomb site, they made a call to go in. Someone ran in with the bomb, dropped it on the site, and then did it. Just nobody was moving to plant. Everyone was holding the smokes. And like you sort of aptly point out, as soon as I mentioned it, they did actually run out of time. They did not have the time to play with on those smokes. So I think that's what this tactical timeout is for.
I hope so.
Just making sure everyone's head is screwed on straight. They should have won probably in regulation, but by taking that extra time, by playing it so slow, by doing the cheeky distractions, which is, that's your tenacity all over it. That's the way they play. But just lacking that extra little bit of wiggle room they needed to make the round winnable, it could throw them off kilter.
Sometimes
I think it did.
Like that, yeah. And that's the problem with the style. You take the good and the bad. But you can't afford to let it derail you. Somehow the Iberian side has been able to get a lead once again. Is it one that will be extended or quickly eliminated? Triple op this time, because why stop at 2? If you're in for a good time, make it the best time. Navigi wants to peek forward. Perhaps that Molotov being expended will be his point to peruse. Dodo once again left with control over the A-bomb site, something he did struggle with in the past. Certainly, Navigi should be given contest, considering how often Zero Tenacity has been completely focused on middle as their primary avenue of success. He executes coming in onto the B-bomb site. Sosol will once again be the main man to look for success. Mopos, good first kill. A flash overhead to peek out, but it's not enough. The Molotov was displacing Sosol regardless. And suddenly you have to retake, but at least it won't be with multiple ops. AK is picked up on the way. Davichi inside the smoke. He's behind the planta. He's behind them. Will manage to keep himself alive. Still waiting, and it is Nemanja to get the flank somehow.
Yeah, we can see him on the minimap all the time, but we still sometimes lose track of this guy. Took the scenic route towards this B-bomb site, but finds his kill and threatens the Iberian soul so much that it becomes a near impossibility. And no success being found from the AWPs. Mopos did get his one, but maybe the triple op wasn't the play.
Unfortunately, we didn't get anything out from Sosol over there either. It's not a position that he normally obviously plays, being the A-side anchor and everything, but just such a critical place to be in, where you're given time to get your utility off as well, given a couple of duels that seem relatively fair, but sometimes you're not going to get the triple kill.
Yeah.
Dodo and Sosol hoping that together they can do what individually they have struggled with at times. An aggressive hold over A main. Meanwhile, they have given up middle, but more importantly, they've given up B. And Nemanja, he's looking for gaps in the defense, and he will always find them.
This is, it's crazy. They just ran triple orbs, and they contact rush out from B main, and they just completely blitz the Iberian soul. It's not like they didn't have money for more orbs as well. They just got so put off that they decided to play the setups differently, and it's fully exploited. That's again, it's one of those audacious calls that would look so stupid if there was an AWP there, right? So it's the good and the bad, but there's Tenacity have found their edge coming into the overtime. At least a one-round advantage. Of course, now transitioning to the CT side, which caused them as many troubles as, well, Iberian Soul's defense seemed to have. And in a way, I think Iberian Soul's, plays were more easily replicatable. These were executes where it was trades, and sure, there was awkward things happening with smokes and all sorts, but in terms of the heat check, I think Iberian Soul were definitely doing a lot on both sides of the map, and dotting all of their I's as they did it, so I think Tenacity could have the work cut out for them in the second half.
Kyofu just got absolutely decimated by grenades, and now Brute Monster feels a whole lot more lonely. Flashbang, Lurk Smoke. Well, Lurk Smoke's gone a bit too deep. There's that to consider. He's got full information of the fact that there's no one coming in towards the A side, but because Kyofu is so weak, it doesn't feel like it's easy to sort of even ask him to vacate or ask him to look out towards any other position, so it'll be a 3-0-2 split. No one going into mid, though. Molotovs, flashes, smokes. It's time to start taking over this B-bomb side. That execute you said is more easily replicable, Michael. That's what they're going for.
Need to make it work, though. Smoke blown open by the HE. David G gunned down, but there are trades right back. Nemanja still playing on the edge of the smoke, peppering bullets, but he will try and keep himself alive. Kyofu, like you said earlier, whittled down to that 9 HP, so it's not like this 3v3 is all too fair. And now it's just Brute that has to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Trying to cross that gap on Kyofu was likely a death sentence. But Stododo is an awkward angle to hold. It's Kyofu that's given a kill for free.
Brute still can't easily clear out this corner angle. Sawsoul's just waiting, crouched away. Kyofu, it's unknown damage on him. Great second kill as well, but it's not going to be enough. 14-14. And the Iberian Soul know that the T side is where they want to quickly wind up their success into a series victory.
Started with a bit of a speed bump. I think everyone's a little hesitant to run in with the execute. Of course, it was a counter incendiary thrown by the CTs. The HE that blows open the smoke. Their Tenacity were definitely trying to make it more uncomfortable than some of the rounds in regulation when they were on that defense. But they just needed a little bit more out of the double plat setup. Oh, wow.
Almost taken down.
Yeah, he's really lucky to get away with that one. He got caught by the flash, and he gets hit in the body just through the edge of the wall. That was a cute HE by Nemanja. I'm not really sure what it's supposed to target.
I think the deep angle that's watching out for the push, because Nemanja was going for that push so often on CT side in regulation.
He was killing him like super far away. I don't think the nade goes that far.
Yeah, probably not that far, but the angle that you watch from. Still, the angle that's being watched right now is A main. It is going to be watched by 3 separate players. Nemanja has to exchange attentions from time to time, but Soul's moving in. It's 3 from the CTs already, and disaster has very much struck. But IBS, Brute Monster taken down. Back to 2 versus 3. Soul has made magical wonders transpire here on this B-bomb site. Can he do it from the T side? Stododo still covering off any sort of retake attempt that could be made. Soul needs to start committing down to the bomb plant, but he might have waited for a bit too long. They're already moving forward into camera, now worried about the back prong. It's Stododo to move in. Soul, great position found, and with the Molotov miss, that could have been it. Instead, Soul will have no support as Simka took down his offer, and he himself will fall to Nemanja.
Oh, I mean, he just needed some help. He really just needed some help there from Stododo. Either to cover off camera as a possibility, or hell, secure A main, and he gets caught between the two ideas. He doesn't clear deep main quite far enough. He knows Soul is in a compromised spot, a very challenging post plant when you're down in the numbers, and one of your most consistent pieces right now was also on low HP. But, I mean, it was a very good A-side defense this time around from Zero Tenacity. This time they didn't flood the bomb site with smokes and make it awkward for for the Iberian Soul, which ultimately made it more awkward for them.
Oh, the flashbang is great. Mopo's forced backwards, though. He's been able to find himself some solace safety. 2 players committed, I don't think spotted, but can be assumed that there could be a couple of them. They regress into A, which is where they found all their success in regulation. My god, those entries look clean.
Look at this guy go. And they hit him with a bit of nonsense. You know, just walking through the A main smoke, a bit of aggression. One slipped through the fingers, or slipped through the net, and the other was audible, playing from distance. Now from this 3-on-5, it'll be incredibly challenging. Simka does get his kill, but there's a flank coming late from Mopos. Davi G playing close in interference. Avien's actually the one that kills off Simka. Davi G just trying to buy time for this Mopos flank to reach actuality. He will ultimately be tasked to frag, and he will oblige. He'll find both in the end. We go to another overtime. The Iberian Soul is a heart beating fast here on Anubis.
Zero Tenacity, in the meanwhile, are not going to be living up to their name at all.
They rarely do.
Yeah. I mean, 15-15, and unfortunately, just feels like both teams on the CT side are struggling so much in key control areas. Zero Tenacity, it's the site that keeps on coming back to bite them. Iberian Soul, in the meanwhile, it's middle.
Yeah, they both seem to have their weak points at the moment. It's kind of funny because they know Nemanja is going to get his kills in mid.
Yeah.
And so they've been targeting bomb sites. Whereas when they know Nemanja is going to get his kills in mid, they just kind of play in bomb sites. You know, I feel like they're on two sides of this aggro coin where they have a lot of respect for the shenanigans that man seems to pull off.
Hey, just avoid Nemanja. It doesn't work out as well when he's on T's side.
Yeah. He's coming to me. How do I avoid him? Well, it took a moment for a bit of respite.
Yeah, I don't think
players suitably powdering their noses.
It's very important. Got to keep the makeup going when your cams are on stage, so might as well be prepared for it online.
Sure.
You play for the environment you want to be in, Michael, not the one you are.
Right. Yeah, like dress for the job you want type.
Yeah. And other things that are actually lies. Davi G is flirting with Simka right now. And right now, it's not gone too well for him. He's been shot down. He's been told to come again later. And he doesn't know if he will. He's leaving horrible Yelp reviews of this connector.
Well, it's a nice quick assembly of the boost to peer over that lurk smoke in A main. C10 swift protocol. And they can afford to do so with that advantage that Simka found at the start of this round. But once again, slowly encroaching and finding position for an execute is the Iberian Soul.
Well, this is where Zero Tenacity have the numbers in the right place, but they can't actually move past the utility for quite a while. They don't have too many flashes of their own either. No incendiaries to help them scale back onto the bomb site or eliminate angles of offense. And it's a beeline coming in from CT. A flashbang from Brute Monster is all they really have to try and help themselves out, but it's a team flash as well somewhere in the midst of it all. Mopo's good for only the one. He needs to perform with a bit more. Head spotted out, but he fires right back at Lemania. 2 versus 3, both players out in B main. The peaks need to come, and Brute Monster needs to connect. It is slow, and that's going to be the defuse coming out. It's just not on time.
Yeah, damn, they really needed a Molotov or something. I mean, an HE is not going to be enough, and if the first player swinging is caught, I think there was even a tag that they might have even lined up, I guess, for the AWP of Brute, but for them, they just got slowed down. They couldn't find that trade quite quick enough, couldn't get all that diffuser off, and even if they did, I think it's a very high possibility that all the players inside of main die, just based on the numbers that Z10 had to work with, so... A challenging post plan. AVN, oh my god, getting cooked. That Molotov did so much damage, but he's able to hop himself away. I wonder if it was 2 Molotovs layered on top of each other, because it really did feel like he lost his health too rapidly for just one. He got hit by the HE.
This is still a great setup from Zero Tenacity, but they just keep getting forced away. Excellent kill that we found. Mopoz's elimination is going to start making IBS sweat a bit more. Nemanja has even moved past the smoke. Sododo was waiting for that play to happen. And suddenly you're right back to a 4v4 with one of your players on 6 HP. And honestly, plenty of time and utility for IBS to decide to go to either side.
Just so much faith in Brute to lock down the A-bomb site. So there's 3 players here.
Oh, Imka finds Ravage, takes him down, but that is the immediate trade. Players getting low over here on the T side as well, but AVN finally gets taken down. All of that early damage comes into play as a kill through the smoke. Kyofo tries to take a gander at it. Quick knife on into thin air just to check, just to make sure. Instead, it's all going to be down to Brute Monster. AK-47 recovered. Top of the scoreboard, and you can see why. 30 kills for him as well, tying up with Sawsaw as 17 found for Z10.
If that's not a heat check, I don't know what is. He just destroyed Alex there. And so far, I mean, what we're seeing in these rounds, you know, I'm trying to think of the rounds that Iberian sort of lost. 3K from Sawsaw. We had Mopos on his, I think, 4K. Maybe also a 3K in the round prior, and now this time it's a triple kill for Alex, and you know it's still not enough. You know, we're getting a lot of these individual moments where you're getting multi kills, you're able to breach into the bomb sites, but Zero Tenacity are just winning the rounds back. I think there might even be a more conscious effort to not fight until everyone's grouped for the retake, because they're doing a damn good job of it right now. Losing his life at the start, though, is a worrying prospect, but they at least deal with Sawsaw, and he's been public enemy number 1 in the server.
Nemanja has been public enemy number 2. A lot of the public's enemies are being taken down. Now it's no longer time for the usual suspects. Who's going to step up? 3 versus 3. Zero Tenacity are starting to try and pincer back into the side, but it's still going to be 1vx's. Kyofo good for the first. Picks up that double kill. That leaves Simka to try and find the 1v1. It's a grenade in Mopos' hand. Position revealed. Repositions backwards. It's going to be trying to pair up with Sedono's P250. Re-peeks back out, and it's 16 found. Unlikely candidates for sure, but they still get the job done.
Yeah, getting some kind of success in one of the rounds of overtime is something that can go a long way, but even still, that's their T-side effort, where they only get 1 out of the 3 rounds that are necessary, where the major problems so far in this map have been on CT, which is hardly unusual. You know, this is, of course, a T-favored map, and it still is, even with, you know, iterative changes, or sometimes, you know, the meta develops and we start to see more of an equalization. This map has been pretty consistent in still being T-sided. We just need to see more success out of the defense. There's Nasty were able to spark it back with the retakes. So, let's see if Iberian Soul have a similar solution, lock and loaded.
I'm just incredibly curious to see what Nemania's squad is going to be more than what the Iberian Soul side has. Does he still want to go down the same route of trying to go for exploitation? Will we see sort of that execution style ever taken up by Zero Tenacity? Grenade timing is pretty good. Looked like it could have done more damage than that, but the geometry around it can be annoying.
You see how much paranoia they have about that mid control. Stododo getting his kill inside of Con, but they decide to flood mid on the CT side to try and flush out Nemanja, but he's not there. He wasn't there at all this round. And now it's Soulsoul to try and defend A, but he gets traded, and Nemanja still finds his kill. It's actually absurd.
Is he there, man? Brute though, is still fighting inwards, and it's Davy G to trade. He wants to keep it going, but the problem is they're worried about Nemanja. It's a problem they've been facing all game long. We still do take, you know where AVN is. You're trying to turn the corner. He's waiting for you. He takes you down. He takes the fight to you, knowing that Nemanja is always there. The eternal backstab artist.
It is cruel and unusual punishment to know exactly what this man is going to do. If you've ever watched a Zero Tenacity game on Anubis, he does it all the time. Against so many different teams. Everybody knows he's going to do it, but he still gets away with it.
If anyone ever thinks about what, it felt like watching Happy and Envious once upon a time, I can tell you as a fan, I felt the same way.
Sure.
Like, how does this keep happening? Oh my god. They're looking for him, but they can't find him. Lashes down, Stododo away. It's an angle that has challenged him. He will have nightmares off this if they lose here.
I guess we were right. Everybody opes. Soulsoul's oping now.
A deep flashbang, but it's moved past Stododo. Great kill found. A secondary flashbang to try and help his teammate, but Alex is already taken down. In the meanwhile, Kyofo has scaled up the site, and it feels like Z10 has scaled the heights of Anubis. Kyofo has to be careful, caught out, but Soulsoul and his heroics have been finished up. Iberian Soul are one man away from taking a knee, and it feels like that man is not going to be able to put up a show at all. AVN on his side will be able to backstab them for the one final time. Zero Tenacity, take it away.
Yeah, a really hard-fought series. Even when teams look like they had an advantage. Hell, we started this map with a 9-3 advantage in favor of Iberian Soul, and then round by round, Zero Tenacity clawed it back when they did something very similar in the very first map in this series, and it eventually fell flat. This time, they were able to persevere and show that tenacity once again. I will say, as much as there was, bright sparks and positive signs for this Iberian Soul squad, I think there were just certain moments where you wanted more out of certain pieces. You wanted more out of their players. We started off with a really good performance from Soulsoul and Davy G, and then Soulsoul maintained that form, and Davy G did not. Whereas, you had that duality in Nemanja and Brute Monster that were just forces to be reckoned with in the server. Iberian Soul didn't have a player like that consistently outside of Soulsoul.
And with that, Zero Tenacity are going to be going forward in the group. They will have one win on, one of the more important ones. I would say if this is going to be how close everything is in the group, though, you have to make sure you're not missing anything across the entirety of this ESL Challenger League. Remember, there's divisions all over the world. Asia, ANZ, Europe, North America, South America, you name it, we have it. And as far as the group standings are concerned, you can see Spirit Academy as well taking their win out. 3-mapper, but there isn't any 3-mapper like the one we just had. And like I just said, guys, remember, action will continue across the next few weeks, across the next few months. Make sure you're tuning into it. Also, you too can find out who will be taking on the lion's share of $100,000 and making their way to EPL Season 22. We're going to see you guys again next week. Tune in again for all the action.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
invincible, unbreakable, unbeatable, undefeatable, I'm invincible. I'm bulletproof, don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil, let him let it loose. I'm an earthquake, make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king, I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with, better remember it. Look at what I can do, walking all over you. Incredible, it's criminal, I never lose, I'm bulletproof. Best in the game, you all know my name. Can't run now, it's too late. Got winning in my blood, in my DNA. It's destiny, it's fate. Unbreakable, unbeatable, undefeatable, I'm invincible. Unbreakable, unbeatable, undefeatable, I'm invincible. I'm bulletproof, don't ever lose. Put the evil in the devil, let him let it loose. I'm an earthquake, make your bones shake. There's no question I'm the king, I always dominate. A force to be reckoned with, better remember it. Look at what I can do, walking all over you. Incredible, it's criminal, I never lose, I'm bulletproof.
Distractions behind. I will be. In the meantime, I'll blindfold my pride and keep hold of my time like it's gold. Faded from color, reaching to find where I wonder how. Saying it'll all be fine. Why sit around and waste the time? Faded from color, stuck in the backseat and told to drive.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Miles past, turning back, found my track, face the fact she a cold one. Never gonna settle for none. Stay up every night till I won. Don't want a slow rise now. I'm confident opulence isn't a long ride out. When I look back now, I'm astounded. A quiet boy from old age, but always felt the world was a stage, yeah. I celebrate one last late night. My old life, they stay.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
I'm headed to LA.
Couple thousand miles, throw it on the dash. Shit, the 10,000 hours, can't let them pass. Yeah, well, I was putting time in, you was pulled up wildin'. You always had shit to say, now when I see you, it's silence. Thought I'd have a Grammy by 25. Commas after commas next to dollar sign, yeah. To remind myself why I'm living this life. Look at all the late nights, it'll all come in due time, yeah.
Made for the fight, for the pain and the climb. Tied to the life I chose. Stay through the night, another day, not a dime. Race against time. I couldn't just lay by and wonder what I could have made mine. I'm closing on the moment, no one's gonna hold me down.
I pack my suitcase, headed out the door. I keep my shoes laced. 2,000 miles away from home. A couple dollars in my pocket, never stopped the boy before. I load my bags and hit the road.
Yeah.